Ooh, that was a
Strong left-hander.
good evening, everybody. Am I on? Okay, there we go. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the January 10th City Council meeting. Will you please rise and join me as we salute the flag? Thank you.
Councilmember Daniels.
Here.
Councilmember Middleton.
Here.
Councilmember Miller.
Here.
Vice Mayor Slowey.
Present.
Mayor Bruins.
Present, thank you.
This meeting of the Citrus Heights City Council is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast Consolidated Communications and AT&T Uverse cable systems. This meeting is closed captioned and webcast at www.citrusheights.net. Today's meeting replays on Monday, January 14th at 9 a.m. and Wednesday, January 16th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any library branch.
Okay, next item, please.
The next item is approval of agenda.
Any questions on the agenda?
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, it carries. Next item, please.
The next item is presentation item 4, recognition of outgoing Mayor Steve Miller.
Okay, thank you. And I believe Ms. Van has some things for me that will help me. First of all, I want to thank Steve for leading us last year through a very successful year. And we've served together on the city council for a long time. And so I'm going to give our other council members a chance to say something. And then I'm going to ask Ms. Van to please come up here and give me these items.
Yeah, so Steve, thank you for one who's done it many times. And to use your own words, you're happy when you're first given the gavel for the day, and then you're more happy when you get to give it away at the end of the year. So appreciate you taking all the heat on the emails and the phone calls, and it's Jeannie's turn now, so, but good job.
Thanks, Jeff.
So, yeah, Steve, great job last year. I really enjoyed watching you and how you handled a lot of difficult situations, and I look forward to, sitting right here next to you and seeing, you not causing so much of a ruckus.
Okay. Fair enough.
Okay, now that I have all my props, I'm going to ask past Mayor Steve to join me down front.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Leave your purse.
Okay, so being mayor is always a privilege to have your fellow council members bestow that honor upon you, but it's also a lot of hard work, and there's an extra layer of responsibility that is often hidden from the public that just goes along with being mayor. And so it is a wonderful privilege to be mayor, but it is also kind of a relief at the end of the year to go back to being a plain vanilla city council member. So one of the traditions we have, in addition to providing a plaque with a picture, is to commemorate the year. And so I'm going to put these flowers down. These are not for you. So I have a plaque for you, which commemorates the year and the council members you served with.
Very nice.
And then also a book that outlines pictorially all the events that took place this year that commemorized your mayorship.
That's awesome.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right. And Nan, come on up. So Nan Miller is Steve's wife, and, when he serves, so does she. So.
And I always like to say, in front of every woman is a man standing in the way.
So Nan, on behalf of the City Council, I want to thank you for supporting Steve this year, and God bless you. and enjoy the year ahead. All right.
And let me just say,
Yeah, please.
my wife Nan just abhors politics, but she's made it possible, because I love it. I love being involved with the community, and she makes it possible. I come home tired from work, and she's got coffee for me, and very supportive, and I really appreciate that, honey. So thank you very much.
All righty. Thanks, Steve. And then, okay, our next item, please.
The next item is presentation item 5, presentation by the Sacramento County Grand Jurors Association.
Okay, and tonight we have joining us to do that. Welcome.
Thank you for having me, Mayor Bruins and members of the council. I'm Patricia Gaiman. I'm president of the Grand Jurors Association of Sacramento County, and we are members, former members of the grand jury. And two of the things that are our charges, one is to inform the citizenry about what the grand jury does, and secondly, to encourage people to apply to be on the grand jury. And that's one of the reasons coming in front of you is so helpful, because not only are you here and the people who are here, but you're being watched by lots, I suspect, and there may be some of the people in your viewing audience who had not known about the grand jury and who would like to apply. And just to alert people, the deadline for application is January 26th, so the deadline is approaching. So if some of the information I give is appealing to people, I hope that we can get some applications, because it's an extraordinary opportunity and a great privilege and pleasure to serve on the grand jury. Some people are confused out there in real people land about trial jury and the grand jury. And the trial jury, as most people understand, is when you get that little summons that says, please come down to the county because you're going to be on for a trial, and you get in trouble if you don't do it. And it's usually a criminal thing, but it can also be a civil thing. The term of office for the grand jury is for a year, and that term runs from July 1st to June 30th. And so it is a much longer commitment. The grand jury will do some criminal things, but there are a lot of people that get disappointed when it's not like Law and Order, and there's all this murder and mayhem and things that happen. That doesn't happen very often in the grand jury system in California. The basic activity of the grand jury in California is to do civil, which is to do investigations and inquiries into the activities of local government. And in Sacramento County, that means the county government, the 7 cities, the 14 school districts, including the Los Rios Community College District, 84 special districts, which include the independent and the dependent districts, and 12 joint powers agreements. So there's a lot of local governments in Sacramento that are covered by the grand jury. So in a word, the grand jury is really the local watchdog of the local governments. A grand juror, there are some specific requirements, not only the legal ones. You have to be 18, you have to be a citizen, you have to be a resident for the year, you have to be a resident of the county for a year, and you have to speak and write fluently. But also a grand jury needs to be impartial, needs to be open-minded, closed mouth, because all the grand jury activities are by law confidential and cannot be shared even with spouses, which gets a little dicey, I understand sometimes. Has to be patient, respectful of the opinion of others, and willing to work as a team. There are 19 people on the grand jury and 11 alternates. And as I said, the term is from July 1st to June 30th. The grand jury works anywhere from 15 to 25 hours a week, sometimes longer. Basically, it's a part-time job, but people can take vacations if they have got them planned. And most of the work, all of the work, is done by committee. There is some pay. It's $30 a meeting, not to exceed 2 meetings a day, even if there are more than 2 meetings a day. Probably more importantly, mileage and parking are provided. So a lot of your residents are, for instance, a little further out, so that might be an important matter to consider. The grand jury investigates, reports on accounts of records, operations, functions of the governmental entities within the county. The grand jury by law has to investigate all the penal institutions. So that means the 2 prisons in Folsom, state prisons. That means the county jail. That means the Rio Cosumnes Correctional Institution down near Elk Grove, and the juvenile institutions. And that's kind of a hook for some people who like to do the jail tours. And the grand jury can tour any other facility that it so desires. The grand jury also considers complaints. There's a complaint form that is available on the grand jury website that people can fill out and send in, or just send a letter to the grand jury. The address is on the website. And the grand jury will consider those complaints. The grand jury issues a final report on June 30th. The selection process is pretty simple in a way. There are 3 ways you can get on the grand jury. You can be nominated by a judge. You can be one of 5,000 people who receives a postcard that the county sends out. That's based on people chosen at random from the driver's log and from the voters' records, and also by application. And the applications are available also on the grand jury website, and those need to be, you can just download them and send them in by the 26th. I will say that it is necessary for people who go on the grand jury to have a modicum of understanding about computers. You don't have to be a wizard, you don't have to know Excel, but you do have to be able to get and be able to send emails and be able to deal with Word. So it's, depending on where you are. It also has to be a confidential site, so it isn't something that somebody in the family can get onto because everything is confidential. There will be a meeting in February where Judge Russell Hom, who is the advisor judge, will go over the importance and the seriousness of being on the grand jury. There will be sitting grand jurors that will go through the procedures further and what it's like to be on the grand jury and what it means. And then the judges go through and they nominate people, and in May, those that are on the final nominating group are notified, and they go to the judges' chamber, and in a bingo box are the names of all of those people who have been nominated, and they turn the crank and they open it up and they pull a name, and they do that probably 17 times because there's usually 2 holdovers, and that constitutes the grand jury. It's a random selection, and then they also choose 11 alternates because life happens and sometimes people are not able to complete the term. So if there are any people here who are interested, we'd love to have you make an application. We try to have as broad a group apply as possible. And as I say, all the information and much more is available on the website. Also are all the reports, which are interesting to read, even if you don't want to be on the grand jury. So I thank you very much for your time. I know you've got a big agenda today, and so I appreciate it. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Kindly.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Next item, please.
The next item is comments by council members and regional board updates.
Okay, we'll start with Brett. How about you?
Nothing.
Okay, Jeff?
I'm going to ditto Brett in the sense that I didn't have any meetings over the holidays. I do just want to give a shout out, not just to our staff, but to the CHPD, Sunrise Parks and Rec, Orangevale Parks and Rec, and the Sheriff's Department for a public meeting that was held Tuesday on the Electric Greenway Trail Parkway proposal. And I mean, there was over 100 people there over at Sunrise School and Sunrise. It was good to see the interaction and the engagement, and I hope that continues.
Okay, thank you very much. Portia, do you have anything?
Nothing.
Okay, how about you, Steve?
We'll be quick, nothing.
Well, fine, okay.
It was the holidays.
And that's true. And sanitation board did meet yesterday after a month off, and so basically we had an update on the EcoWater project, which is the big built-out at the wastewater treatment plant, and under the Sacramento Area Sewer District, which is the second board that meets back-to-back. we took a look at our long-term financial plan update. And other than that, it was just business as usual. Okay, and that's it. Next item, please.
The next item is public comment. Members of the audience may address the council on any item of interest to the public and within the council's purview, or on any agenda item before or during the council's consideration of the item. If you wish to address the council during the meeting, please fill out a speaker identification sheet and give it to myself. When you are called upon to speak, step forward to the podium and state your name for the record. Normally, speakers are limited to 5 minutes each, with 30 minutes being allowed for all comments. Any public comments beyond the initial 30 minutes may be heard at the conclusion of the agenda, and the mayor has the discretion to lengthen or shorten the allotted time.
All right, thank you. Well, we have 4 speaker cards for just general topics that are not agendized, so I'm going to take those. And the other speaker sheets I have that relate to either item 14 or item 19 will be taken at the time we hear the item. So our first speaker this evening will be Arthur Ketterling.
Thank you, Council. I'm Arthur Ketterling, and I just want to ask mainly a question. You might know and you might not. Back in September, Sue Frost mentioned at the September meeting, I'm making it short, that she said that there's going to be, she just told it briefly, there's going to be some changes in recycling. She didn't even know what the changes was at all, but she would have maybe some answers on that in November, but she did not go over that. And I was wondering if the council happened to know what those changes might be.
I do not myself. You know what I would suggest, Arthur? Supervisor Frost is having a community meeting here Monday evening at 6 o'clock.
Monday evening?
This coming Monday, so why don't you plan to come if you can, then you can ask her for any updates on
Oh,
that.
okay, because I know there's an RT meeting on Monday, and
Okay.
usually it's the third Thursday, usually they have it here. But it's different this time?
Or possibly call her office. I don't have any information. I don't think we have anything citywide.
Okay,
Okay.
all right. That's basically all what I did to ask, because I want to try to keep updated on that and all.
All right.
Mayor?
All right, thank you.
Do you have something?
Well, she may be talking about county recycling as opposed, we have Republic for our recycling.
Well, that-
So it could be two different things.
It could be, yeah, it could be.
From what I
Let us know.
understood, Mayor, Steve Miller, that was supposed to be for everyone.
Okay.
Okay.
That's from what I understood, the way I had understood it.
Well, the latest update we had came last year when we had to start separating food waste from regular trash,
Yeah, I
from
heard that,
recyclables. So that's.
which is smart.
Which is in any commercial, application, not at home, but, okay. So, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker will be Dr. Jana Karpinski-Costa.
Good evening, Mayor. Congratulations. Former Mayor, congratulations for a good year, and other city council members. I am Jana Karpinski-Costa, President of Sylvan Old Auburn Road Neighborhood Association, otherwise known as SOAR, Area 10. And as you may or may not know, some people, the city gives competitive grant money to the neighborhoods for projects, improvement projects that they can do in their neighborhood. So SOAR applied for such a grant from the city, and we were awarded 600 whole big dollars. And we took your $600, combined it with about $800 of donations from SOAR members, $200 from a SOAR account, and about $300 that the Citrus Heights Lions contributed. And this is Michelle Bustamante from Meals on Wheels. David Morikawa is in the audience from Meals on Wheels. And we collaborate with the Lions and Meals on Wheels, and we buy food for seniors at Christmas time. Meals on Wheels provides the seniors 5 meals a week, and I eat more than that a week. So we buy them shelf-stable foods, and we spend about $1,600, and then the Lions contribute the non-food items in the form of little stockings. And so we have a short video to show you our year. This is the first year that Michelle got the seniors to allow us to use their photos. So we have that. The video says more than I could.
Very nice. Thank you, Jana.
You have any questions?
Well, you mentioned Meals on Wheels as part of this. Do you know how many households we
Michelle can answer
serve
that.
or meals are? I know we're very dedicated to that in Citrus Heights.
I know you are, and thank you so much for that. Thank you for contributing to Project Warm Wishes. As you can see, the donations that we received made so many people happy. I wish you all could be there to experience that, maybe next year.
Well, that kind of shows you, though, the lady with the chihuahua just
Yeah.
gets you.
I know. That should hurt. Thank you so much, and thank you for the work that you did, both of you, this Christmas season.
And we're doing a pilot project for the spring with Spring Bounty, so we'll see how that goes.
Thank you. Okay.
So, did you want me to answer your question about Meals on Wheels?
Yes, I do.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
perfect. So, yes, currently we serve, well, we haven't finished our reporting for the year, but from January through November of 2018, a total of 29,579 meals were served to 313 seniors here in Citrus Heights.
Wonderful.
Yeah,
Thank you so
thank you.
And I've done a ride-along on some of those,
Oh.
and it's wonderful. It's
Great,
Wonderful.
great. Yeah, we invite any of you, anytime. Please come and join us.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
All righty. Our next speaker is Sue Stack.
Hi, my name is Sue Stack. You know my address. You know I'm here. And I am going to go over what has happened next door at the group home for the past couple months. On October 31st, one of the kids threatened to kill my cats. 2 other kids called me vulgar names. November 8th, licensing came out to investigate and found them guilty. November 14th, 4 apples that were carved out into pot pipes with pot in them were thrown in my backyard. November 20th, 2 bags of human waste were found in my garbage. November 24th, the mailbox is smashed again for the 4th time. November 25th, an empty Walmart shopping cart is parked in front of my bumper of the car. Now, really, if it came from a homeless person, I've never seen a homeless person with an empty cart. December 1st, 5 more apples with pot in them were found thrown over the fence in my backyard. December 5th, I found one of the kitties, one of my feral kitties, hurt in the driveway. December 6th, Sergeant Evans, another officer, Ruben from Animal Control, came out to look at the injuries on my cat and to take the apples with the pot in them. On December 13th, there was a meeting with Laney, Officer Taylor, Sergeant Evans, and Laney brought someone to substantiate her baloney. And I wanted to let you know, as of yesterday, licensing called me, and they have cited the group home for the death threat on my cat. Paradise Oats is the largest grossing nonprofit in Citrus Heights. They gross $6 million a year. With 6 houses, that's $1 million per house per year. Where is that money going? Where is that money going? The houses should be paid for by now because they bought their house next door to me 2 years after I did, and I bought my house September of '88. They hire non-qualified staff at $12 to $14 an hour, and they do have 2 new vans, but where is $6 million going? I have spent personally, within the last couple months, over $1,000 of my money on security cameras, motion detection lights, and alarms. My kitty cost me $1,198 to try to save her. My house is worth nothing because I can't sell it next door to a group home. Who wants to buy it? So why do I have to incur the costs to protect my pets and myself and my property when the group home grosses $6 million a year? I have requested a 4-foot netting to be added to the top of the fence to keep the kids and the heavy objects from being thrown into my yard. This is not an unreasonable request. The group home should have security cameras around the property to document what's going on. The director, Laney, refuses to do that. Why? She doesn't know. She doesn't want to know what's going on. She doesn't want it documented. They have 1 camera pointed down the driveway, and that 1 camera is to check when their employees are coming and going, not to check on the kids. I have put up with mental and physical abuse from the home for over 2 years. I came to you when I was hit in the hand with the apple, and it caused a small partial fracture. The police treat me as an instigator. I'm not an instigator. I don't want anything to do with the kids or the staff. I want to be left alone. And they don't take my calls seriously.
Can you please wrap it up, Sue?
Okay. Well, anyway, I am asking that the council get involved in what's going on with the group homes, because I've had it. I've had it. I work my butt off to pay my bills. I pay my house payment,
Sue, can you please wrap it up?
and I would like not to be harassed by the police department. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jolene Hotter. Hotel, sorry.
Hi. I'm Jolene Hoddle, and I've been a resident of Citrus Heights for 19 years. I am a homeowner of a home for the past 12 years that also shares a property line with one of the Paradise Oaks youth group homes for severely emotionally disturbed boys. Like Sue, 12 years of history, I could go on and on. I'm not going to do that today. I'm going to give you a quick snapshot of the past 6 months of my life. I have a police report here from September 10th, 2018. And I am a Navy veteran, and I'm going to keep this clean for you all, although this is redacted, and it really concerns me. This police report was called in on a day that prior to this actual call, we had boys trespassing onto our property for a couple months. They had torn down the 3-foot netting that is already on top of the 8-foot fence that we share. They had been trespassing into our yard to get basketballs when we were not home, and when we were home, my daughter caught one of them through the window, and I told her, do not go out there. These kids have severe issues. My husband, it was his day off, and he happened to be in the backyard and caught one of the young men climbing over the fence, and he confronted him, and the young man said, and it's not in the police report, "Shut the F up, you fat mother effer. I will slit your effing throat." He ran into the house and told me to call 911, so I did. The police did respond, but in the time that it took the police to respond, the boys had started throwing rocks at our house. We have 180 feet on one side, 120 on the other, and the rocks were hitting my house. They started throwing volleyballs, basketballs, and footballs and hitting my planter box near my window. They threw over 20 rocks in my pool the following week. And when I went to get a copy of the police report, I was shocked that they coded it as a 415 verbal disturbance. And I spoke to a friend of mine who's a detective in another agency, and he said that this is clearly a 422 death threat. And so when I contacted and I asked Officer James Evans why it was not coded as such, he did not have an answer for me and that he would look into it. And so this did not get reported to the DA, and I made it very clear that if we have another incident like this, that I will go straight to the DA and I will demand prosecution. The boy fled the scene, I was told after, and these children are not accounted for up to 30 minutes. They do not have to report them missing. And so within 30 minutes, they're capable of doing a lot of damage. The day after that incident happened, we went out and spent $600 on a security camera to monitor our backyard and our front yard. We have a young daughter, we have dogs. I've gone back and forth with the directors at this agency for 12 years. After this happened, I've been very close contact with the director, And on Christmas morning, I found this in my yard. It weighs over 3 pounds. And I waited until after the new year to message her, to ask her, and then, because we found more of these, and they were over 30 feet from our back fence and in my pool. If this hits somebody in the head, it could cause death or severe injury. 3 years ago, one of the kids threw a full soy sauce bottle, whizzed past my husband's head and my 3-year-old daughter, and landed in my swimming pool. Lainey Kuhn is the director, and she messaged me and said, I don't think they have snow globes over there. And she says, let me check. And she called back and said, yes, they did make snow globes. And I said, you know what's really sad, Lainey, is my daughter thought that this fell out of Santa's sleigh because we found it Christmas morning. So I'll go ahead and wrap up really quick. I feel that this agency, this premise, History for 5428 Mariposa, which is the Paradise Group's home, has had 300 police calls in the last 2 years. I've lived there 12 years and I've had 5, and 2 of them were for my car being burglarized. I feel that the severity of these and the danger that these kids present is diminished. It's like a cry wolf situation because they go out there 3 to 4 times a week.
Can you please wrap up?
I certainly will. I just want this to be made record, and that's why I'm here tonight. I'm sorry, I wish I was here on better terms.
Thank you for coming.
Quick comment.
Yeah.
And actually a question. Have you filed a complaint with the state who regulates these group homes?
I have filed 2 complaints with the licensing, and I'm actually in the process of filing another complaint right now, and the caseworker for the complaint for the death threat has, I don't know, she dropped the ball. I honestly don't know what's going on with it. I've got calls into them. It's been months.
We'll send the police whenever you call, but this is really under the purview of the state of California. We don't have much control or regulation over these homes, and if they don't know, I mean, we have a record. We know what's going on.
The point I want to make is I think that most citizens, unless you share a property line with these houses, you don't know what it is. And you drive by it and you don't know. But these kids are out for 30 minutes at a time meeting their friends,
Right.
picking up paraphernalia at the liquor stores and bringing it back. I've found crack pipes, shivs, garbage, marijuana, things that could be used as weapons in my yard for the last 12 years.
Correct, but if they're not operating correctly, what I'm saying is, we can't shut them down as a city.
I'm not
We have
asking you to
go the
shut them
state.
down, I'm just want to make it a record, and I want the citizens of Citrus Heights to know that there's 6 of these homes, and I just happen to be one person that gets to be graced with their presence every day.
You know, and when they work, and we want them to work, but what I'm
Well,
saying is document.
These are level 12 group homes.
I understand.
Thank you.
I have one by my house.
Okay. Thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you.
And our police department is actively working
Oh,
on
yeah.
these
No,
situations,
no
so,
doubt about that.
okay. Our next speaker is David Warren.
I know I'm overdressed for this, but I'd like to, unfortunately, I can't stay till item 20, so I'd like to address that now. It's of great concern to me that the city of Citrus Heights being extorted by an attorney who's using the same procedures that were used by an attorney by the name of Davidson to collect money under ADA complaints, which were not meritorious, but were set up in order to generate fees for himself over an extended period of time. He actually managed to collect several $1 million doing so. I believe Mr. Schenkman's doing the very same thing. I'm very concerned by the fact that if we set up districts in our city, it is going to have an extraordinarily deleterious effect on the election process. We are very fortunate in this community to be small enough that we have the opportunity to meet all the candidates. I do not want to be put in the position that once every 4 years, I have the opportunity to elect a city council person. Because if we go into districts, unless we change the period of tenure to 2 years from 4 years, it will mean only once every 4 years will I elect an individual. My other concern, among my other concerns, is the fact that our community is so small, there is no specific area where there is a Jewish community, a Latin community, a black community. We are a homogeneous community, for better or for worse, with the result that we are a very conservative community, and therefore liberals such as myself have a heck of a time getting elected to anything. I respect that and understand that that's the democratic process. And what you do is you go about trying to convince people that you have a better way, even they may disagree. By setting up districts, it will make sure that a very strict group of people, i.e. the majority of conservative people in our community, will maintain a conservative community. In the same way that unfortunately the county is divided into districts to guarantee there are conservative districts and supervisors and liberal districts and supervisors, we'll end up with the same thing. We are not going to be benefited by this. We, in the last election, were very fortunate to have a group of our community to elect the first young person to the board, to our city council. It's not to say that I shouldn't be, because I'm old, on the city council, but it is refreshing to see that the community came out and voted. I checked today and I found that less than a third of the registered voters participated, just slightly greater than a third of the registered voters in our community voted in the last election. If we go to districts, the election results for city council people will have to drop because only a very small group of people in a various district will vote. Last but assuredly not least, we need the very best people to be on the city council. That may mean that 3 people who live within 4 blocks of each other in the same district may be the very best people, and we should not cave to this attempted extortion. Before I came here this evening, I checked the Secretary of State's records to see if the purported client, Mr. Schenkman, has authority to act in the state of California. I think if you will confer with the city attorney, you will find that an attorney who suggests that who represents a party that has no ability to file a lawsuit is subject to sanction by the state bar. The purported client was either forfeited their status or had their status suspended as late as 2008 and has not been renewed. Wherefore, he has no client based on the Secretary of State's records with which to threaten the city of Citrus Heights. I would like to stay to this evening to address you on item 20. Unfortunately, I have another commitment I have to meet. But I ask that before you vote on it and accept the recommendation, you postpone it to give staff sufficient time to investigate whether or not Mr. Schenkman has the authority to even bring the litigation before you cave to his demand. I suggest, unless there's some unusual status for this organization which allows it to be a party in this state, contrary to the investigation that they have no standing, according to the Secretary of State, that we should not cave in and deny his request. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Warren. Okay, that concludes public comment under unagendized items, so we'll go on to the next presentation, or next item, please.
The next item is consent calendar items 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13.
Do we have any questions about the consent calendar?
Move consent.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent items. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It carries. Thank you. Next item, please.
The next item is public hearing, item 14. The subject is Sunrise Point Multifamily Affordable Housing Project, 7424 Sunrise Boulevard, Design Review Permit DRP-18-10. And the recommendation is outlined in the staff report.
Good evening, Council. Allison Bermudez, representing the Planning Division tonight for this project. As mentioned, this is a Sunrise Point project located at 7424 Sunrise Boulevard. Sunrise Point is an affordable multifamily housing project. It's proposed to construct 47-unit multifamily affordable housing. It's proposed to be located on a 2.35-acre vacant lot that's on the east side of Sunrise Boulevard, just north of Oak Avenue and south of Old Auburn Road, affectionately known as the former Abel's Christmas Tree Lot. The item before you, the action that we're requesting from you tonight, is to consider the environmental review exemption for infill projects and affordable housing project, review the design review permit, and act on the request for concession for the project. This item is before you tonight as a development project. As you know, development projects would typically go before the Planning Commission and would be along their purview. But this item contains the concession request, and our zoning code outlines that projects that include multiple entitlements that require action by different hearing bodies, that the project remain reviewed together and be reviewed by the highest body. So in this case, the Planning Commission did hear the project, and what they did is take an action for a recommendation for you tonight, but you are the final authority on the project because the concession part of the project requires action from you. I do want to talk a little bit about the project and just to tell you what this project is and what it isn't. We've received many inquiries and questions regarding this project, and there's been some misconceptions, so I just want to clarify up front that this is not a shelter, and it's not transitional housing, it's not a hospital, or it's not a medical facility. It is an affordable permanent housing development for persons or families that are in a variety of programs. And since this really is our first affordable project in many years, I just want to clarify what affordable means. Affordable projects means that the rent and utilities do not exceed 30% of the monthly household income. Affordable developments are built for families and individuals with incomes that are 60% or less of the area's median income. So in our case, an example, our area median income is $80,000. Being an affordable project provides the developer access to a variety of funding sources and access federal funding, state funding, with each source that they receive funding from having its own programs for guidelines and tenancy in the project. Affordable projects, and they do enter an agreement with us and the other agencies funding, saying that these affordable projects will remain affordable for a continued period of time. So they are entering into agreement, should the project be approved, that this would be an affordable project for 55 years. Sunrise Point is proposing to be 100% affordable. That means all the 46 of the 47 units, because there's one manager unit, would be for this restricted rent or the affordable. Part of this project, there is a residential services component with it, operated by TLCS that you'll hear from later this evening. And as mentioned, this is a new development project, and it is our first affordable project. We had one back in 2000. Normandy Park Apartments is an affordable project, but it is the first one proposed for the city since that time. Part of the services provided on site is, as I mentioned, there is a property manager who lives on site, and Jamboree Housing, the developer, they hire a professional property manager who will live on site, manage the property and the units. They have oversight of the building maintenance, the landscape maintenance, and they communicate with the TLCS group on the regulations and ensure that the tenants there are following all the property's rules and regulations. A variety of services are provided on site for the tenants. TLCS uses what's called residential service coordinators, or RSCs, and these individuals operate under TLCS, and they work at the site each day and work individually with the tenants through their needs and helping them remain stable in this stable housing environment, providing them access to services that they may need in the community, such as, preparing for job interviews or learning how to budget or childcare, things like that that they may need so they can remain in this permanent stable housing. The project will have 3-bedroom units, so families can reside there, and there will be provided on-site after-school care for the children. And the main goal of the services for the residents is really this continued independency so they can live this stable life. The design and the amenities of the project really do contribute to this, as they have a variety of community spaces, barbecue areas, picnic areas. Will provide a tot lot that I'll show you, and then they have indoor gathering spaces. And this interaction, this camaraderie with the other tenants really is a key component to the operation of the facility. So now I want to get into the design review permit part of the project. As mentioned, this is the Abel's Christmas tree lot, as we like to call it, this vacant 2.35 acre parcel here. As mentioned, this project did go before the Planning Commission, who reviewed the project. And I want to go over this site plan. This is similar to what the Planning Commission saw, but based upon community input received at that hearing and concerns that were brought up by nearby residents or adjoining property owners. Since that hearing, Jamboree has proposed some amendments to the site plan. So I wanted to go over that with you real quick. Originally, the trash enclosure, that's the section here to the north, circled in red, was located further east, adjacent, closer to the residential property boundaries. So if you look at this site plan here to the north, there's 2 parcels that are commercial. The vet's office is in the front parcel. The second commercial parcel is vacant, and then begins some residential properties. The Planning Commission reviewed the site plan. That trash enclosure was located in about parking spot 16, so about 50, 60 feet more easterly. They have relocated that based upon input at that meeting to make it closer to the commercial area. Also, concerns were expressed about the height of the building. This is a mix of 2- and 3-story building, and the shaded area along the east side of the property that's closest to the residential is the 2-story portion, and the area that's in the red box was formerly 3-story. So although the residences along the east and the south were adjacent to 2-story, it did put 3-story units closer to that northern residential property. So they have reconfigured the building layout and have now expanded that portion of the building that was formerly 3-story, and that is now all 2-story in that gray shaded area. They have not lost any units in doing that. To compensate for that, the building closest to Sunrise was before a mix of 2- and 3-story units. It is now all 3-story. So to orientate you to the site, as you come up north on Sunrise, you would enter in this main entry along the northern property line. It is a gated entry. Residents would have a key fob that would allow access to open the gate. Guests would have to be buzzed in or monitored in through that access. The drive aisle would extend towards the end and circle around there, and then exit would also be through that main entrance. To the south of the property is an emergency vehicle access gate that would only be accessed by emergency vehicles, as well as there is a pedestrian gate at that end, so people walking or pedestrians that live in the site can access surrounding commercial properties, and they could, or the nearby bus stop would use the pedestrian gate on the south side. This is a vision of the site plan, just kind of a rendering that once, it's built and landscaping. Talk about the recreational areas for the property. So providing a number of amenities. In the lower right-hand corner is a dog park that was proposed. There is a barbecue and picnic area close to the building in the grass area, and a tot lot, and then a basketball area along the south. And recently, just latest developments on the project, the applicant is proposing to remove the dog park brought up by concerns by the neighbors. So the dog park will no longer be gated and fenced for an exercise area for dogs. It will be just an open picnic area, but will no longer be a dog park. And that will be amended as part of the project. There are, as I mentioned, there's 2 buildings on site, mix of 2 and 3 stories. The location of Building 2, which is the largest building, it resides 60-plus feet away from the property boundaries of any residential property. The total square footage of the 2 buildings is over 37,000 square feet. It will contain 11 one-bedroom units, 24 two-bedroom units, and 12 three-bedroom units. As I mentioned, it is a gated entry property, as well as the site will contain video surveillance cameras, so the entire site can be monitored for the property manager on site. I also did want to note one correction in the staff report. We mentioned that we had heard from a variety of neighbors about an easement that existed on the site, and we had several discussions with Jamboree Housing over the time about this easement, and easement did not come up through title report, did not come up through their submission of all those documents. But late last week, we did receive an old letter that a neighbor dug up that had some pertinent information, and through that letter that we gave to Jamboree, they were able to do additional title research, and their title company did provide them an updated title report. So this easement does exist. It is part of the project, and it is on the property. And it's a 40-foot easement that runs along the northern side of the property that provides access for certain neighbors. So as part of the project, as a development project, easements commonly exist on property. So as our condition of approval that we have added, since we now know this easement exists, we have provided you a revised condition that states the applicant will have to resolve that issue by removal of that easement from the site through its approach with the neighbors, or redesign the site to accommodate that existing easement. So we are acknowledging that that easement exists. As the site is laid out, it is not represented in this, but will either have to be resolved, or the site plan will have to be redesigned to accommodate. There's a rendering of the project site from Sunrise Boulevard. Shows the gated entry, cars entering there, and then the car to the right that's parked as a guest entry that's trying to get buzzed in to get into the gate, so it's very secure. Also, the property boundaries, there is a proposed masonry wall that would surround the entire property line we placed on this property, and will provide some protection between this site and adjoining property owners. Originally, the developer proposed a 6-foot masonry wall. Through discussions with adjoining neighbors and so forth, they really wanted an 8-foot wall. The developer has agreed, so as proposed in the conditions, the wall would be 8 feet where it adjoins residential properties. And then additional comments brought up at the Planning Commission included that the 6-foot wall would be adjacent to the commercial properties, and then when it hit the residential property, it would go to 8 feet, that was a pretty big step. And so they are going to design the wall so it would be 6 foot adjacent to the commercial, but it would gradually increase up to the 8 foot. So when it reached the residential boundaries, it would be at 8 feet, just for more attractiveness and to give a little bit more protection beyond that 8 foot. So that is included in the project as well. I'm going to talk a little bit about Building B, and Building B is the second building in the back, the large building, and mainly focusing on that since that's the one that's adjacent to the residential properties. So Building B, and this is the portion of the building facing east, the top photo, and so you can see where it's all 2-story units there, and the 3-story units are in the background. And so from the property boundary, as I mentioned, to the face of these buildings, you're at plus over 60 feet away. And then when you reach that 60 feet, you're at a 2-story building. So the key kind of on the right, the top portion is arrow 2, if you can see that, what we're speaking of. The larger photo on the bottom is the side that's facing south. So this is beyond the, as you can see from the key, this is where arrow 1 is pointing, and in front of this building is the big courtyard, the big tot lot, and so forth. So it's much, much greater than 60 feet away. So you have the 60-foot setback, plus you have the tot lot, the picnic area, and the barbecue area, and then you see this portion of the building. And this same building too, this is the west side facing. So this is the short end that's basically facing sunrise, facing west. And then the bottom photo is the side that's facing north. And as you can see, it's stair steps. So the portion of the building, the lower 2-story, is where it is a portion that is adjacent to those residential properties to the north. And then it steps up to the 3-story portion. I'll talk a little bit about the concession that's requested. So under state affordable housing law, developers can request a concession from our development standards if the project is affordable. And they have requested one concession, and the concession is to allow parking within the required setback. So what we have here is a commercial zoned property. So this property does have a commercial zoned property that is adjacent to commercial and it's adjacent to residential, but it is being developed with a residential use. So we have a commercial zone property that will be used as residential. So we have 2 different sections of our zoning code that would apply. We have commercial development standards and we have residential use standards. So applying both those standards to the property, there was a conflict that was discovered through that review, and that is in the residential side, our residential standards that state parking cannot be within a required setback. So if this was a commercial property, parking could be within the required setback, but because it's a residential use, the residential use states that parking cannot be in the setback. So if you look at the property, the red lines show where it's adjoining residential properties, and that's the area that we're discussing. So adjacent to those property boundaries is a 10-foot landscape planter, and then there's parking. So the setback for the north and the south sides of the property, required setback is 20 feet, and to the east side of the property, the setback is 25 feet. So you can see from those parking spaces, they are encroaching into that required setback area. On the north and south, it's 10-foot encroachment because you have a 10-foot landscape planter, and then you have parking, so it's only that first 10 feet of that parking stall that is encroaching into that area. And then on the east side, you have the 10-foot landscape planter as well, and then the first 15 feet of that parking stall is encroaching into that setback area. So that's the reason for the request for the concession. When the applicant filed the application, they were not seeking any concessions, and it was not their intent for a concession, but through our review of the project, once an application is received and submitted, and it's compared to all the codes, that's when this conflict was somewhat discovered and it was realized the concession was needed. So want to give you a different perspective of that. So this is a side view of the project. So the top diagram is the project as proposed. So you have a apartment building, a multifamily unit dwelling. You have about 60, 70 feet to the property line. Adjacent to that property line, which is reflected on the right-hand side of that diagram, there is a cement masonry wall, which is that blue line. Then you have a 10-foot landscape planter, and then you have the parking. And then that red line on that top diagram shows the setback. The setback is a setback for residential uses. It's a building setback, a parking setback. It's a setback for a variety of things. So it's that 10-foot area that in between that blue line, which is the edge of the landscape planter, and that red line that's encroaching into the setback. And just to give a little context to it, do demonstrate, so if this project, it's a vacant commercial property, if it was developed as a commercial use, you would have a different situation. So down below, you see there could be an 8-foot CMU wall as well. Commercial properties are required to have an 8-foot landscape planter, so that landscape planter would be even smaller, closer to the property line at 8 feet. And then if parking was there, that parking would be encroaching, and it would even be closer to that property line. So just kind of wanted to give a visual representation to demonstrate how much of this is encroaching in the setback, that it's only a portion of this actual parking stall.
Excuse me, Ellie. Did you have a question?
Yeah, you show an 8-foot CMU wall. Is that what's required?
No, actually, because residential use to residential use, there is no wall required, but they are proposing one at the request.
What about on a commercial? Is it 8-foot?
Could be 6 foot, could be 8 foot.
What's the requirement?
Requirement would be at least 6 foot.
Okay, and I didn't quite get this. So we could have the buildings at 25 foot back from the property?
So, yes, so on a
See what-
commercial site, and same as residential, that setback line is a setback line. So in theory, either building could move to that setback line, even if there's no parking there. So the commercial building could go to that red line, the
Thanks.
multifamily could go to that red line.
I understand. Thank you, Allison.
Okay. So based upon the affordable housing law, develop affordable housing projects, and this is something that only is open to projects that are considered affordable. A standard multifamily development is not able to request these type of concessions. They have a different, more strict process that they would have to go through. But because this is an affordable project, they are afforded or allowed to request these concessions. But one of the portions of the law states that to request a concession, be granted a concession, they have to provide that the concession is needed really for the affordability of the project, that without this concession, it would diminish the affordability, and the affordable component of the project would not work. So the applicant, I have provided that to you in your packet, has provided a variety of statements supporting that. That in their analysis of it, if they shifted the parking out of that setback area, and they would lose 7 units. The reduction of those units would remove a number of the funding sources that they have targeted. They have project-based vouchers, they have No Place Like Home funds, a variety of tax credits, and that loss of funding then would no longer be able for this site to operate with the level of services that they're hoping that they want to provide to the residents. So that has provided to you in your packet, and I'm sure they'll happy to address any of that when they come up. In addition, as any development projects, we review them in consistency with our general plan. And the general plan has a variety of topics and goals, and providing a variety of places where people can live, including apartments, condominiums, townhomes, single-family detached homes on varying lot sizes, creates opportunity for a variety of people who need them, including families, singles, seniors, and people with special needs. There is an issue for people of special concern that are very low, and moderate income. And for many, finding housing closer to their jobs or destinations has been challenging. And providing these opportunities is meeting this type and serving community and allowing people to live, to remain and have a choice of where they live. So consistency with our general plan, policies and actions in our general plan that support this project, including policies 10.1, 25.1, and 25.4 that all relate to housing and providing a variety of housing options for people of all needs. Policy 26.2, again, talks about the variety of prices, the styles, and the designs, and ensuring housing opportunities are available for all segments of our community. And then 28.7, that's really speaks to using density bonuses, federal funds, and other available resources to promote housing opportunities, especially for our low-income persons and persons of special needs. Talk a little bit about the timeline and the public outreach that has been done with this project. Jamboree and TLCS, the two partners on the project that have submitted the application, they attended 2 neighborhood meetings. Even prior to submitting an application with the city, they attended neighborhood meetings with Area 7, 8, and 9 to get immediate feedback, say, we're considering this project, give us some information. They received some great input from the community on those. In addition, they invited attendees of those meetings on a tour. They took about 25 people to Folsom to tour their development in Folsom. Prior to submitting the application to us, they also did a mailer to the residents who live adjoining the property. They, on October 8th, submitted the application to us. On October 9th, we did an additional follow-up letter to the adjoining property owners. The sites had posted, had our typical development sign on it. It's been on our website. We had the public hearing with the Planning Commission on December 12th, and then today's meetings, which were all noticed through our public noticing requirements. I do want to talk and just say that, public input on this project really has been important. And the project presented tonight is somewhat different than originally probably envisioned by Jamboree. But the community's input and the interaction and the involvement with the neighbors and the neighborhood association really has presented a better project. They've reduced the number of units. They had considered at one time 60-plus units, which they would have been allowed to do under affordable housing law. The buildings were closer to the property line. 3 stories buildings were closer to the property line. But it's really with the participation and involvement of the community members that the project before you is presented, and is a much better, much more compatible project that we hope that the neighbors are satisfied with. But I just want to reiterate that their involvement has been vital on this project. So some of the things they did, I mentioned they changed the number of units. They did adjust the layout. Even since the Planning Commission meeting, they further adjusted reduced the 3-story down to 2-story when it's adjacent to all portions of the residences. They increased the wall height to 8 feet, committed to that, as well as that tapered increase. And the landscape has been discussed amongst the community members and with us, and that is something that they will provide at time of development, closer to development, a very detailed landscape plan where we can strategically look at the proposed landscaping, ensure that it's meeting our landscaping guidelines, and providing the property adequate shading, yet planting trees, the appropriate species of trees, the appropriate trees in the right locations, for screening, for those who want the screening, or strategic areas adjacent to the residences that they might feel comfortable with, so that provides them their protection. And that is something the applicant is committed to do. That does come later in the process, but it is a condition that we do review the final landscape plan. And then again, they have relocated that trash enclosure further away from the residences. And this week, since the release of the packet, we received several comment letters that you were provided a copy of. In addition, I did provide to you and post to the website the revised site plan that I showed you tonight that had the adjustments. Those were all done after the release of the original packet. So the last topic I wanted to talk about is CEQA. So we are obligated to review the project under CEQA, or California Environmental Quality Act. In review of the project, we found the project has a Class 2 categorical exemption for under urban landfill, as well as it also qualifies under Section 15194 exemption under affordable housing. So the project is exempt from CEQA environmental review under two different provisions of CEQA. Even though a project must only meet one of these provisions to qualify for the exemption, this project actually meets the two, as we noted. The Class 2 exemption is for infill development projects. This project qualifies for this exemption because it meets the following conditions. It is consistent with the general plan and the zoning code. Under California law, an affordable housing project is considered to be consistent with the zoning code, even if a concession or a waiver of development standards is granted. The project is on a site less than 5 acres in size and substantially surrounded by urban uses. The project site does not provide habitat for endangered, rare, or threatened species. Approval of the project would not result in any significant effects related to traffic, noise, air quality, or water quality. A traffic study and a noise study were conducted for the project. These studies determined that the project would not result in any significant effects, thereby allowing the use of this exemption. The project will be subject to typical construction conditions to ensure air quality is not exceeded during construction. The project will also be subject to typical construction standards to ensure water quality is not affected either during construction or after the project is completed. And the project can be adequately served by all the required utilities and public surfaces. In addition to the infill exemption, the project is also exempt from CEQA based on Section 15194, which is the exemption for the affordable housing. The exemption also requires that certain conditions must be met. The project must meet the threshold criteria of Section 15192, which were reviewed and confirmed that it meets that threshold. The site is not more than 5 acres in size, and it must be in a city which meets certain population density requirements, 2,500 persons per square mile, and has a population over 25,000, which we do. And the surrounding parcels contain urban uses. And the project is less than 100 units and will be affordable to low-income households. The consultants who prepared those studies are here in the audience tonight. Shall you have any further questions on the details of those? Based upon all that information, I have provided you the motion. This first motion is based upon the Planning Commission's actions. The Planning Commission recommended approval of the resolution. They found they recommended that the project is categorically exempt. They did deny the granting of the concession, and that denial is based upon their vote. They had a 2-2 vote. They had a 4-member voting body for the item, and it was 2-2, so therefore it did not get a majority, and so there essentially is a denial. But they did approve the design review permit without the concession, amending the site plan to remove the parking because of the concession. So that is the motion that was brought forward based upon the Planning Commission's recommendation. I have also in your staff report providing an alternate motion, shall you decide to grant the concession, basically saying the same, but it's granting the concession. And the additional piece of that is the bottom one that would authorize the city manager to execute the affordable housing agreement, which would be required. I think did my presentation. Happy to answer any questions that you have.
Are there any initial questions from the council? Okay. Do we have the developer here who'd like to make a statement, offer some additional information?
Certainly. Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Michael Massey. I'm the Senior Vice President of Jamboree. I'm also accompanied by Aaron Johansson from TLCS, who's our partner here. And we're certainly grateful to take a little bit of your time to introduce you to Jamboree, or reintroduce you to Jamboree, as it were. And we're certainly grateful for staff's very thorough and very, and yet still concise presentation. We thought it was an excellent staff report, and staff has been very professional and very accomplished throughout this process as we've gotten to know the city of Citrus Heights and our future neighbors as we partner together on moving forward with this very exciting, very vital, very necessary development that we're just thrilled about. So if you don't mind, I'm going to take a few minutes to tell you about, because you got such a thorough briefing on the development itself, I'd like to talk a little bit about who we are, who Jamboree is, why we're doing this, and how we typically go about this.
Excuse me, Mr. Massey, before you continue on, I failed to open the public hearing, so I want you to speak under public hearing.
Understandable.
I'll do that at this time.
Thanks, Mayor.
Public hearing is now opened. Continue on, please.
Thank you very much. I feel much better under official sanction. Jamboree is a 501c3 nonprofit affordable housing developer. We were founded in 1990. We've been around for 28, this year will be our 29th year. In those 29 years, we've done virtually everything that you can think of that when the term affordable housing comes to mind. First-time homebuyer programs, we've done acquisition rehab, we've done new construction, we've done historical certification, and for the past 10 years, we've made the strategic decision to delve deeply into permanent supportive housing as the housing crisis in California moved to the forefront, and we saw ourselves as uniquely situated as being able to address that. So in those 29 years, we've developed over 8,000 units throughout the state of California, and that's coming up on 100 properties. It's a wide variety of, again, everything that you think of when it talks about affordable housing, whether it's typical workforce housing or housing for seniors or those with special needs or those that are homeless. So there are nearly 18,000 Californians that call a Jamboree property their home. And among those, 1,700 are seniors. We have 800 veterans in our developments, and almost 500, that's probably in need of a little update, more than 500 residents with special needs. As I said, Jamboree is a nonprofit. We are a mission-driven organization. Our mission is to deliver high quality, and I'm going to come back to that term again. I'm going to say a couple of terms this evening that you're going to hear many, many times. One of them is going to be high quality. When you talk to folks in the industry, when you go to visit our developments, you'll see that quality is one of our driving forces as we design and develop these properties. High quality affordable housing and services that transform lives and strengthen communities. And Citrus Heights is certainly one of the communities that we want to help strengthen. Excuse me, we do this because we think that every person deserves to live in a safe, decent, affordable home. And Jamboree accomplishes our vision and accomplishes our mission by that high quality, by creativeness, by open communication, and the fact that we are invested. We're invested in this community. As we develop this development, we access funding sources which require us to keep this property affordable and under its requirements for the next 55 years. And Jamboree has never sold a development that we didn't have to. We are long-term holders. We're going to be part of this community for 55 years. And that's why we've really enjoyed this process as we've engaged with our neighbors, as we've engaged with the community. We feel we've been receptive, we've listened to what they have to say, and we intend to be partners within this community, within this neighborhood, and as part of this development. We're not the only, we've formed, because we think that this is a special development. We've continued our partnership with TLCS that has now gone on for several years, very successfully. We also have a number of other partners because with these developments, this is a $23 million development. And so we're accessing a lot of various funding sources and making those funding sources work together. Each of those funding sources have requirements and are designated for specific populations and specific programs. We have to make sure that those all work together. And as we do that, we also access private sector funds through the low-income housing tax credits and through a mortgage that we'll take with a typical bank. All of those people will have agreements with Jamboree as we complete this development to ensure that we're complying with everything that we say that we're going to do. And that's through again, going back to the high quality. We tell all of our partners we're going to build a high quality development. These are the people that make sure that we do it. So along with Jamboree and TLCS, the County of Sacramento will have an agreement with, we'll have some funding, and obviously you folks and staff at the city. SHRA will be involved. The state of California, both through the Tax Credit Allocation Committee, which falls under the Treasurer's Department, and the Department of Housing and Community Development, which will also play a part in this development. And as I mentioned, our private lender and private investors, which is in all likelihood going to be a big bank that everybody's heard of. All of their eyes, and the people that the bank has looking at them are the IRS. So there's lots of eyes and lots of big entities very interested in the success and high-quality development that we're working on. This is not our first deal. As I said, we've developed over 8,000 units throughout the state of California. For the past 10 years, Jamboree has been the leader in developing permanent supportive housing throughout the state of California. And again, what you can see here, and gosh, I wish I could put you all in a bus and get your feet on the ground in each of these developments. And I'd be happy to do it right now if you like. But because we think that that's the way to truly experience a Jamboree property. There are lots of pretty pictures, and the renderings that Allison shared as part of her staff report were, I think, helpful and illustrative, but you're not going to get a feel for the quality of our developments until you get your feet on the ground, and we have a long history of doing that. One of the ones that we're most proud of, I have in the lower left-hand corner up here, the Hotel Barry, which, again, our partner TLCS was also a part of. Took a vacant 80-year-old hotel, a decrepit, quite frankly, hotel, and literally turned around that neighborhood. It was a very significant development that we were quite proud of that we completed in 2012. But we do a wide variety of things. New construction is more of our main thrust, and again, that's what we're talking about this evening. We have our Rockwood property in Anaheim, which is serving a similar formerly homeless population with all the services that our population is going to need. Our first permanent supportive housing deal, and still award-winning, we completed in 2008 in the city of Anaheim. It was the first MHSA development to be completed in Southern California. It's 25 units, 100% MHSA. Has been very successful. It's one of my favorite stories because we had a realtor who had an office right next door to our development and was vehemently opposed to our project, and came out in meetings like this and was concerned about the quality and was concerned about the population and the people that he was going to have in his neighborhood. And we ultimately persuaded the staff and elected officials to move forward with it. It was a successful development. A year later, he nominated us for the Beautiful Housing Award in the city of Anaheim, which was an award that we won. That's one of our victories. It's one of the things that we're most proud of. But it's very demonstrative of what Jamboree does in terms of quality and in terms of our community relations. Our latest and most recent, I just wanted to include this just because we're really proud of this. We just had a groundbreaking on this last week. This is 75 units of veterans housing, again, special needs housing in the city of Santa Ana. It's going to be the largest veterans housing development in Southern California, in Orange, I don't want to overstate that, in Orange County. But we just broke ground on that last week, and we still have a little glow about it, so that took a long time to get done, so we're pretty proud of that. And I did also want to include, obviously, our site plan for discussion purposes. As Allison mentioned in her staff report, this has changed. Certainly from a density standpoint, our goal, our mission is to provide housing for every Californian, as I stated earlier. We would love to be able to do 60 units here, and we thought about it, and we took a look at it. After talking with staff, after talking with the community and getting feedback, we realized, okay, we probably can't do 60, and so that's when we started dialing back. Okay, that's how we ended up at 47 units, as opposed to 60, which we had by right, we had the opportunity to do. But we want to make sure that because, and particularly with the population that we're talking about, for this development, it's important that the architecture reflects the community. We want this to be a part of the community. And yes, there's going to be a wall around our site and separating us from our neighbors, but we're going to be a part of this community. We're going to be here for a long time. It's important that we fit in. It's important that it doesn't look separate. It doesn't feel separate from the rest of the community. It's one of the things that we strive for throughout the design process. And so as we've showed those renderings, we look and we absorb and we think about what's going to fit and what's going to work. So again, thank you for your time, and I hope I've given you some good information about Jamboree. I'm going to ask Aaron to talk about the population and the services that they'll be providing, and of course, we'll be here to answer as many questions as you have throughout the process.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members, and thank you so much for the opportunity tonight to bring this project to you. We've been working on this now for about a year, and we're really excited to be at this place. So my name is Erin Johansson, and I'm the executive director at TLCS, and we are a mental health and supported housing 501c3 nonprofit. Have been working in Sacramento since 1981, so almost 40 years in this community with partnerships, a vast array of partnerships, which I'll show you in a minute. Our key tenets are we wrap services around prevention, recovery, and stability. So the population that we generally serve are people with special needs, people that are struggling, people that are extremely low income. And we recently opened a brand new transition to rapid rehousing program for transition age youth. That's a mouthful, but it serves an 18 to 25-year-old population of homeless young adults. And that's really our big push into prevention. What we know about people who live on the streets is that they struggle with the trauma that comes with that experience. And if we can interrupt that early on in a person's life, that we can prevent them from living a life of chronic poverty and homelessness. As that relates to this project, I mean, this project will be a family project, and that we have a lot of families in the community that are struggling and unstably housed. And if we can provide a permanent, stable home for a child who can continue in their same school for several years and hopefully graduate from high school while living in that home, they have a much greater chance of breaking that cycle of poverty. One of the housing projects that TLCS manages down in South Sacramento is a family project, and we have a woman there who's lived there for 20 years. A lot of people say, is that a success? She hasn't moved out of permanent supported housing in 20 years. Well, she raised 4 kids there who are all college graduates and all homeowners. So the cycle of poverty was broken by her giving the opportunity to live in that housing development. So the services that we offer provide the opportunity for people to be stable, for people to receive the on-site residential services that they need to remain stable, to prevent eviction, and to live in community. That we serve over 300 individuals in market rate apartment houses in the community that we support, as well as 186 folks in our own housing. TLCS owns or operates 7 different housing properties where we do permanent supported housing. The team we have, the residential services coordinators that were spoken about by Allison, the team that runs that program has collectively about 40 years of experience doing that work, and they're really good at it, and we are really proud of the success that we have. As Michael mentioned on their property that he talked about having neighborhood issues at the beginning, we've had those ourselves, and our Folsom Oaks property is a great example of that exact scenario. So many years ago, maybe 2010, 2011, when we proposed our project in Folsom Oaks, we had some neighborhood resistance, and people were nervous, and they were afraid of what might happen when that project entered their community. And today, many of the folks that are here tonight in the Neighborhood Association were invited to come and tour and look around, and that property is the nicest property on the street. The neighbors don't have any problems with us. The calls for service are like they would be in any normal apartment complex. And so the community in Folsom really learned that we're good neighbors, and we do a really good job providing services to folks so that they can live in community in their permanent forever home. So we look really forward to being neighbors with the community at Citrus Heights. We think that, as Michael mentioned and Allison went through, we've been really responsive to the community through the process. They have had great ideas, and we've incorporated those ideas, and we appreciate this opportunity to be here tonight. TLCS is partnered with just about everybody. We have a presence, a peer navigator embedded with your police department, as well as the Sacramento Sheriff's Department, Sacramento Police Department, and Elk Grove Police Department. We have triage navigation staff in all of the area emergency rooms and at the Loaves and Fishes campus. So we are really part of this community. We're an active member of the continuum of care. So we serve the homeless community along with our partners at Sac Steps Forward. So we believe that 40 years is a pretty good track record to demonstrate that we're not going anywhere, and that we have partnered with most of the folks in the community, and we want to continue to do so and do that with you as well. So thank you for your time, and we hope that you'll bring us back up in case comments come from the public that you need us to readdress. So
Thanks very much, Erin.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we will turn to public comment, and I have at least a dozen speaker sheets. So I'm going to limit the time each person can speak to 3 minutes, or we will be here till midnight. And so what I would encourage you to do when you come forward is, as much as possible, not repeat at length what someone has already said. You may say, I agree with so-and-so, and then make any additional points you want to make. And that's just for your benefit, to make sure that everything you want to say, you have an opportunity to say. Okay, and with that, I'm going to start with Mr. David Warren, because I know he has to leave.
Thank you. My name is David Warren. I'm here to speak in support of the project. Although I live near Costco, which is quite a distance from the proposed site, I do have the experience of having the homeless in my backyard, because I'm very proximate to the Sylvan Corners, Sylvan Library, which is a major hangout for the homeless. There has to be a place in our community for people who are striving to break the cycle of homelessness. Everybody's immediate knee-jerk reaction is not my backyard, because it's just the way it is. We fear what we don't know. I've had individuals camping in Arcade Creek behind my house who have been very successful in maintaining the peace and tranquility of our neighborhood, and there's been some who have had to ask to leave and have been forced on at least one occasion to ask for assistance to make sure that they left. It's a step forward in our community to have a place for those who want to break the cycle to have a place to go. It may be uncomfortable short term, but in the long run, it will be a way to divert those who are on the street off the street, and we need to do that, especially in light of recent district court decisions which prevent the police from moving people from camping on the street if there's alternative housing. Since we don't have any in our community, we have to get them off the street, and this is a good first step. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Graham, and following her will be Stan Munoz.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Nancy Graham, and I have questions. A few comments, some of the things have been answered. I was crossing things out and writing notes as the thing went on. I just wanted to clarify that the TLCS employees will not be spending the night on the property. That's the property manager, and I just want to clarify that. Where's Aaron?
That's correct. That is correct.
That's correct. They'll be available. And after listening to the two people who are having so much trouble with mentally ill living next door, I don't think this will be that bad, but it kind of, red flags went up. And I wanted to clarify the parking. They will be parking, Allison, they will be parking right up against the 10-foot wall, landscape, is that correct?
Yeah, not against the wall, but there would be the wall, there would be a 10-foot landscape planter,
Okay.
and then the parking.
Okay, great. And then also, one of the questions that I have that I really didn't understand was, it was item 15, and it says, adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a regulatory agreement with restrictive covenants with Jamboree Housing Corporation and approving a $1,300,000 home investment partnerships program fund allocation related to this project. So what is that? I mean, are you loaning them money? Are you giving them money?
No, actually, the city is not per se giving them any money. I'm going to ask maybe Allison or Stephanie, if Stephanie Cotter would come forward and explain that portion of it, please. Yeah. She's our housing person.
Yes, pardon?
She is our housing funding person.
I'm Stephanie Cotter with Housing and Grants Division. So the home funds are actually federal funds, and they're designated for, the allocation is designated for Citrus Heights, but the funds are actually held at the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency because they're the public housing authority. So every time a qualified project comes in and they're looking for funding and it's an eligible project, they'll submit an application to the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency. And they go through the application and make sure that it checks all the boxes, that it's financially feasible, that it's eligible for the home funds, because there's very restricted use of those funds. They're for affordable housing project development. And then if it checks all of those boxes, the housing agency will look at whose jurisdiction it is in. So this one's in Citrus Heights, so then they forward it to the Citrus Heights City Council and ask it if it's consistent with the city's plans. And then if it is, and the city council approves the allocation, then it would actually go back to the county to then approve it, do the final approval for the allocation. So while it is money that's allocated for the city, it's held, they're federal funds that are held at SHRA for a very specific purpose, and we really review the projects that come within our jurisdiction. So it's not the city's general fund revenue or anything that's included in the city's annual budget.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for your explanation.
Okay.
And I did send a letter. I hope you all read it.
Did.
And this was just additional comments.
All right.
So thank you very much.
Thank you, Nancy. Okay, Mr. Munoz, and following him will be John Otter and Julie Mallory.
I'm here because a couple of people from your staff, Stephanie Cotter and Nicole, have encouraged me to get involved in our city, and they're the ones to blame, not me. And I have got involved, and it's been a wonderful relationship. Yesterday, one of your policemen took one of our sick housing, we're having a winter shelter, and we thought he was so violent, and he took him to the hospital. He didn't take him to jail. Took him to the hospital because he analyzed and said he needed help mentally. And I so appreciate this city who works as a team together. I represent 600 or 800 kids in this San Juan School District that don't sleep in their bed at night. I invited them to come down here, but they were past the limit of the room, so they couldn't come. so I'm going to represent them. If you tell their parents that they're homeless, they will probably swing at you. The term that they use is, we're a family without a home. And we've got them in the San Juan School District, 600 or 800 kids. I want these homes to be built for them because they make $36,000, my landscaper, $36,000 a year, and he lost his apartment in this city of $12.99 to $15.99, and now he's sleeping in a car behind our church. We need to have housing in this city, and these people from your establishment in the city have encouraged me to speak up, and so I'm speaking up. We need more housing in this city, and especially property that can be afforded by someone who's making $36,000 a year. Sounds like a lot of money. He lost his apartment. He's sleeping in a car with milk and bread and butter, and 2 kids that have now been in 2 different schools in the last 6 months because they have to keep moving. Pretty soon they're going to quit school, get into drugs. I don't want that for these 600 kids that are in this city. Please help these kids. This house, there can be 40 of those sites that can take care of them right there. So I want every one of them to be from our San Juan School District, families without a home currently that are still working. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Otter and Ms. Mallory? And they will be followed by James Alec Clark.
Hi, thank you so much for taking the time to hear all of our concerns tonight. I'm Julie Mallory. I live, my property line is adjacent to this development, and my significant John Otter also owns the property. I am that realtor that you talk about. I am a licensed realtor, so definitely community values are a concern for me, and I also work in the mental health field, and I have for multiple years. So I have a ton of experience with that as well. The biggest concerns we would like to address, there's just a couple of them, is the setback. A letter was sent to the Planning Commission stating that this development wouldn't be profitable without this setback. And I just wanted to point out that according to Jamboree's website, they do operate other facilities with less than 40 units that are profitable, that do offer services. So to request this setback just seems like they're crowding the lot beyond what's reasonably or usually allowed. So I just wanted to note that it can still be profitable without this setback being granted.
Good evening again. My name's John Otter. I just wanted to touch on another issue. As I appreciate the modification of the plan, which I saw up there, as far as they moved the trash receptacle, and then they had attempted to adjust the 3-story that faces our property. But I did notice that there's still on the very corner of that building where they reduced it to 2-story is a 3rd story, which meets right at our property line. So I would hope that that would still be addressed and potentially brought all the way down to 2 stories.
And John, not to interrupt you, but it's my understanding that the 3 stories have been removed anywhere where they were on the residential. So I don't know if you were maybe seeing in the picture,
Well,
3rd story behind.
Bring up that adjusted map, and then that way I could be clarified.
The red box that was shown on the picture was actually wider than the 2 stories. If you look, they stopped the 2 stories directly at the property line. So the 3rd story would start directly beyond our fence line, which means you'd still have that visual down into our backyard and pool, which is a concern for us and our kids, just because they already feel insecure about a multifamily complex going in, as anyone in an established community would feel. It's nothing against the type of housing being presented, just when you have an established community and you're putting something else in there, it's shocking.
So on the image number 1, box 3,
Oh, that's,
it show, is that 3 stories or 2 stories?
So the north-facing building would be the one adjacent to your property line?
Correct.
So
Image
the,
1, the lower one, that block 3, is that a 3-story or 2-story?
this is 3-story.
And that's on the corner of our property line, so
So your
that
property line is
is right there on,
about here. Yep.
well, if you could pull up the previous map that you had up.
there.
So the,
So our property line is the one that actually has residential marked on it.
Yes.
So that there's where I was referring to.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, thank you. Was there another issue you wanted to bring up?
Well, there's a few other ones. The other thing that we were really concerned about was as far as the noise with CEQA, but was it measured before or after the air conditioning units on the rooftops of these buildings, which will then echo out into our neighborhoods? And so that was our concern, is the rooftop air conditioning
Okay,
units
but
being addressed.
we'll ask the project manager, developer to address that when they come back.
Great,
Thank you
and
for
then
that.
also the trees, you know, they talked about the tree line, and placing that visual barrier, but those trees, it'll take a time for them to get established to provide that barrier between, the wall and our homes. So for 6 to 10 years until those are actually established trees, it won't create much of a visual barrier. And then also a concern is the maintenance of those trees. If the setback, is accepted and these are closer, there's gonna come a point in time when the trees come over the fence line and the maintenance is required, or things are dropping into our yard and pool, so who's gonna maintain those branches?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Welcome. Mr. Clark, please. And he will be followed by Garen Bratcher.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, I'm James Clark. I have the 120 feet of the property line that borders right in the corner up northwest corner. The first thing I want to address, a lot of people already took my thunder, but is the CEQA exemption. And the CEQA exemption, as Allison mentioned, they did look at certain things, and that's the initial study. There's a couple things that are not addressed from that initial study to grant this exemption, and the first one would be air quality, construction equipment during spare the air days and things of that nature. And secondly is, as they mentioned, was the noise analysis, and it doesn't address the 30-plus air conditioning units that will be on Building 2 or Building B, however they address it. Section 15036 of CEQA basically states that there has to be documentation showing this. There's even case law for it. It just can't be a checklist. Yeah, we looked at it. It can't be, yeah, we talked to our noise consultant and they said it wouldn't bother community. And that section actually calls out that it has to be documented, and that's not a part of this. And you're voting on that tonight, so that's either a deference or a no vote for me, actually. So the concession, yeah, from 1997 through the end of 2012, there were 5 apartment complexes built in Citrus Heights. 4 of them do not border residential properties, but as was mentioned, the Normandy Park does border 2 residences. And a check on Google Maps shows that there's 1 carport that faces that residential property, and it's within 20 or 25 feet. So there's no concession was granted there. Other parking faces the separate units itself. So there was nothing, they didn't have to move parking in on that. As members of the council, I know you guys vote on resolutions and other matters, and abide by the code. The code is 25 feet, and it's 25 feet for a reason. And so I would just really implore you to keep that 25-foot setback. You already addressed the dog park. The project landscaping, as Julie and JD mentioned, that was brought up to me this week, and that's a major concern because I do have that 120 feet. And first was the cost, if it impedes on my property. However, now knowing this week that they won't even be mature, and there's a balcony that looks it'll be 60 feet from the property line, 8-foot fence approximately. How long is that side going to be able to peer into my backyard without fully mature trees for privacy as promised? They said there will be privacy trees. And I believe that's my time, and I think that's about it if you have any questions.
Thank you, sir. And following Mr. Bratcher, we will have Kathy Morris.
My name's Garen Bratcher, and I wrote it down so I wouldn't take up too much time. I'm going to ask you to vote favorably or look favorably on the concession. and I come to you with a rather unique perspective, both as a resident of Citrus Heights and as a professional with many years of experience dealing with and developing housing programs within the city of Sacramento. Prior to my retirement in 2017, I was employed as director of Loaves and Fishes, a nonprofit serving the less fortunate for over 35 years. Within my position as operations director, I was often working with agencies looking to provide supported housing for those in need. It goes without saying that a good deal of those organizations often promise more than they could deliver, with few exceptions. Taking someone shopping or providing them with toilet paper is not case management. Tonight, I'm here to ask that the council move forward in its endeavor to allow this concession for TLCS and Jamboree to develop just such a place, Sunrise Point. Having had firsthand dealings with the TLCS organization and its management, I can think of no other more qualified or equipped agency for such a project. Every TLCS property I've ever had the privilege of dealing with in my 18 years at Loaves and Fishes has been positive. I have witnessed firsthand the benefits that they bring to each program or neighborhood they develop. I currently live in a retirement community near the prospective site and feel more confident knowing that TLCS will be in my community. I may not know who the individual is moving in next door to me, but I will know that each and everyone living at Sunrise Point will have been background checked and will be living someplace permanent, not just transitioning through. So it is without any reservation and for the enrichment of the city of Citrus Heights as a whole that I offer my support in favor of Sunrise Point and ask this council look so favorably on Sunrise Point. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Following Kathy Morris, we'll hear from Zach Mathis.
Madam Mayor, council members, I am Kathy Morris, and I'm the president of Citrus Heights Area 7 and 8, which is Chase. This property on Sunrise is within our neighborhood district, and it, excuse me, borders existing, as you know, residential and commercial properties. Personally, I support the development. I support it personally because I find that they are well-run, well-managed facility, and we certainly do need low-cost housing. But actually, tonight, I'm here as a representative, as the president of our neighborhood group. The board has asked me to represent them. Some of our residents, as you have heard, are adamantly opposed to this development. Others are basically supportive of the development because the facilities are very well run, and the developers and TLCS, Jamboree both, are professionals and know what they're doing. The group also, we have had several meetings, excuse me, we have had several meetings and we've had a lot of input in all kinds of directions. We have had a lot of input, and what we've been terribly impressed with is the fact that some of our primary concerns have been addressed. We were very concerned about the third story on the overlooking the properties. That isn't there now. We were very concerned about a 6-foot fence. Well, now it's an 8-foot fence. We were concerned about the trash placement. Okay, that's been moved. Frankly, we are impressed with the professionalism of the developers and with TLCS. We have visited other properties. I visited a couple of them. As a group, we visited the Folsom property. We still do have some concerns, though. Our primary concern is that the facility gives priority to the current residents of Citrus Heights. We have our own problems, and we want to make sure that the people that are here are given first priority. Parking variance, we're a little concerned about that because that could set a precedence. And landscaping, short-term and long-term, that is important for the facility and for everybody. Again, we, the Board of Directors of Chase, recognize the need for affordable housing, and we appreciate the professionalism and the competency of TLCS and of Jamboree. We do also appreciate their efforts to be a good neighbor, and they're proving that. Accordingly, should this development move forward, we do hope that our concerns about local residents be very much included. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Mr. Mathis will be followed by Jonathan Lopez.
Good evening. Like you guys know, my name is Zach Mathis. I am one of the houses that is also backed up to the housing development. So a few of the concerns that I have, I do appreciate them taking out the dog park because that's the corner of my house. And that would be just having my dogs bark all day, I'm gonna get in trouble, things like that. So I appreciate them, taking care of some of the main issues. One thing that I see as being a huge issue is just the traffic flow alone. According to their reports, they're gonna be 345 trips out of there a day. Have you ever tried to go from Oak to Sunrise or in that vicinity during traffic times? And they're saying there's gonna be no big impact on traffic. I don't see how 345 more trips in and out of that neighborhood is not gonna impact anybody. That's a lot of trips. My next concern is the treatment for alcohol and drugs. Alcohol and drug treatment is a good thing, but to put it in a neighborhood like this, in neighborhoods, it continues to cause issues. The amount of relapsing, the crime that's involved with it. Those are just some of the concerns I have with my backyard being backed up to it, my kids being in my backyard, and an 8-foot fence. The 8-foot wall does give some privacy, but not a whole lot when you still have second-story buildings looking down on you. And then the rest of the issues I have basically been addressed about the noise. Air conditioners are very loud, especially that amount of them. I just see it as a good project. I just see it as being in a different lot, maybe a little bit bigger of a lot, so they wouldn't have to be so close to the property line. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. And following Mr. Lopez will be Lucretia.
Evening, board members, mayor, city council members, sorry. John Lopez of Ballard Acoustical. We conducted the noise study for the project. And I'll keep my comments brief. I just wanted to address some of the comments pertaining to condenser noise.
Excuse me, sir, could you speak up just a little, or
Yes.
into the mic? Thank you.
Okay, this is better. So I just wanted to address a couple of questions, or address some of the comments regarding condenser noise, AC noise. And basically, with condensers, these smaller type condensers for residential units, it only becomes a concern, or they only approach exceedance of the criteria when they're located within close proximity to a property line. So for example, like less than 10 feet. These condensers will be located, as you can see, the buildings will maintain a setback of at least 65 feet. And our calculations indicate with a typical condenser, 2.5 ton, at that setback with multiple units running at the same time, our predicted levels indicate they'd be in compliance with the city of Citrus Heights Municipal Code standards for mechanical equipment. I understand that Mr. Clark indicated that he would like to see that in writing, and our calculations and methodology was provided in an email to Allison, Ms. Bermudez, earlier today. So if he wants to review my data, that's at hand. Another topic that was brought up was construction noise. And so construction noise would occur regardless of the type of development coming in here. And it can be difficult to provide mitigation for construction noise. And the city is aware of that, and that's why they include a provision, or that's why they, in their municipal code, they exempt construction noise activities during daytime hours. And those hours for weekday and weekend and holiday periods are provided in the municipal code. So provided that the construction activities are limited to those hours, we wouldn't expect an adverse noise impact for construction activities for this project. So if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I just have one. Could you just explain where the air conditioning units are going to be located?
Oh, yes. So I forgot to mention that from speaking with Allison, with Ms. Bermudez, they'll be either located at ground level or second or third floor levels, and they will be screened from view by intervening either building parapets or small like wood fence enclosures, is my understanding. So the calculations definitely include that into the calculation. that screening is anticipated to provide at least 5 dB of screening, so.
So then, is it correct to say that they will be located in a variety of places, they won't all be on the top of rooftops?
That's correct.
Some will be on ground level?
The developer can certainly provide further clarification, but that's my understanding, that they won't
all right.
all
I'll
be
ask that.
concentrated in one bank, if you will.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
When the developer comes back, I'd like you to address that. Thank you, sir. Okay, our next speaker, please. And she will be followed by Kathy Lynn Carpenter.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Never done anything like this before, but.
We don't bite. I promise we don't bite.
I'm a new homeowner in Citrus Heights, and I bought my home that will be across the street from this new development, literally. When I bought my home, obviously I didn't sit and watch traffic and try to figure out how long it was going to take me to get out of my driveway in the morning, but considerably an extra amount of traffic going through this area, which is very small. I probably sit for a good 10 minutes at 6 a.m. to try to get out of my driveway. So to put 300 and, I can't remember the exact number, on this road to try and turn at that street, I mean, it's insanity. And I'm so happy that someone else brought up traffic, because I couldn't believe no one else has brought up traffic. I think that this is a great idea. I think that we do need it. I think it's definitely needed in this city, just not in that location. I think it's a terrible location. It is too small. It is too cramped. And the traffic, like I said, the traffic is going to be, I don't have children, and I feel very terrible for people who do that are having to deal with this. But I just think amongst everything else, the traffic and all of that, but I do think it's a great idea. I'm not against the idea. I just do not like the location. I'm a brand new homeowner, and I've got low-income housing behind me on Tiara already in Citrus Heights, and now I'm gonna have it across the street from my house too. And I just think that it devalues my house. I just don't want it in that location. And I really appreciate you guys listening to our opinions. I really do appreciate that. So.
You live on Sunrise?
I live right on Sunrise. I live in the Sunrise Village condos, literally across the street from this development. So,
Thank you for coming
thank you.
tonight. All right.
Mayor, council members, Kathy Lynn Carpenter, representing Citrus Heights Heart, and I have a colleague board member, Irene Ronachek, with me this evening. We're here tonight to support the project. As you know, Heart has many programs that we work on. We have Winter Shelter is going on right now. And during shelter, it's a great opportunity for us to meet with our guests. We have time to kind of figure out what's going on with them. One frustration we have, and it's a frustration that Tony, our navigator, has, and that is places to navigate these people to. Heart provides scholarships when we have someone who is dedicated to make a change in their life, that we provide the money for them to be in a supportive home or transitional home, but we have paid for those outside the community. And we're looking forward to have something within our own community that we can provide scholarships to or help support financially in some way. So through all of our programs, whether it's Student Connect, which Stan mentioned earlier, we have about 800 homeless or at risk of homeless students in the area. But again, we have a Student Connect event, and we help to try to connect them with food, with CalFresh, with backpacks and things, but really do not have a lot of housing options available to us. So we do support it. It's a good quality project. It's a great infill project. It's a quality developer, and TLCS is certainly a very experienced operational provider. So we hope that you will approve the project this evening and grant the concession for the parking so that the entire project and its funding can move forward. Thanks.
All right. Following her, we have David Otter. And following Mr. Otter, we have Melissa Baker. Mr. Otter?
Mayor, council members, good evening. I was actually only driven to speak once I heard some of the presentations. The reality is that I'm retired law enforcement from Sacramento County. I live in Citrus Heights, and I have, born and raised in Sacramento. We all know what these feel-good projects are all about. I mean, let's be honest with each other, okay? I have very little sentiment with regard to being nice about it. They're going to generate calls for service for the police department. We don't need another or any portion of Sayonara Drive. We don't need any of that kind of nonsense, no matter what it amounts to. There's already enough things going on in this city. You guys have made leaps and bounds, because I honestly remember what it was like in patrol before the city existed, and you guys have done a great job with conjunction to the formulation of your city and working with the police department. Nonetheless, moving on to a situation that really bothers me is that my son and his partner spoke. Okay, we're talking about a third story that's going to come pretty close to, I mean, honestly, my grandkids are swimming in the pool, they're playing in the backyard. These facilities are going to generate calls for service. There's no way around it. Whether or not they choose to police within, at some point it's going to flow out, and so it's going to generate a call. The whole problem is that I don't want any of that nonsense to be happening. These are my grandkids. I'm sorry, I get really protective about my grandkids. So I urge you and the council, in your wisdom, to hold them to task. Don't give them their concessions. They're filling their pockets. They're not, they're giving you lip service because they're sending the people that know what to say to you and who know how to get everybody to tug at their heartstrings and, make things happen and sound really good. But the bottom line is it's going to affect the people. And God forbid it decimates my son and his partner's property values. Because honestly, who have we really served if that's the kind of thing, to allow into the city? And granted, these are nice things, they're needed. It's just a question of where you're going to put them and how you're going to regulate it. So that's about the only thing I have to say, and thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Ms. Baker?
Good evening. My name is Melissa Baker, and I've lived in Citrus Heights for just over 20 years. I live near the planned housing project, and I've also had the opportunity to be involved with TLCS for a number of years. I currently serve on their board and have had the opportunity to visit a number of their housing projects. Seeing the other housing projects and the work that TLCS has done, the time I've been involved with them, and also some involvement with Citrus Heights Heart, I have no reservations about this project coming into our community. There is a need. I think this looks much nicer than the Abel's Christmas tree lot. And I know gentleman before me, his concerns, I would invite him to go tour one of the other facilities, one of the other properties. A portion of this building, only a certain percentage, and I don't know that they address that, will be for the TLCS clients. We're looking at the other homeless within Citrus Heights, as well as the students that have no permanent housing. So I hope that you support this project. I think it would be a good project, and it's much needed. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the last of my speaker sheets, and I want to thank everybody for getting their points across within the time constraints that I was forced to put on you, and speaking as articulately and as well as you have. Thank you very much for that. Now I'd like to invite the developer back to perhaps answer any questions that have come up during this process where people have expressed some of their concerns.
Sure, thanks, Mayor, council members. I think we took pretty copious notes. Again, we endeavor to be responsive. We intend to be good neighbors, and we think the communication is a huge part of that. So if you don't mind, I can go through my list, and if there's anything left unanswered,
Please.
Okay. A couple of things I'd like to talk about, and this is kind of in order of commonality, I think, is several people mentioned landscaping and the trees. Although we were able to provide you with these renderings and with the site plan, we have not developed a full landscaping plan. Certainly, as with all of our developments, the quality is very, very important. Fitting in with the neighborhood is very important. Landscaping is as you know, as we've built almost 100 properties, we know how important landscaping is. Landscaping ends up a little bit tricky from a budgeting standpoint. We always kind of under budget, and then if we have extra funds, which we often do, we often put it into landscaping. So in terms of speaking to the maturity of the trees that will be installed or the exact number, we don't know yet. I think that we have a solid representation by what's on what was presented in the renderings and the site plans. We have not fully developed that plan. But certainly, if we need to ensure that we're installing mature trees, that's something that we could do. There's a cost that is associated with it, so we would have to move some things around. We can, as we develop these plans, we'll have a much better idea of exactly what is going to be the appropriate plan. Obviously, we'll have a landscape architect who will tell us, we'll provide him with the specs of what we want the trees to do in terms of maturity level, in terms of screening, in terms of lack of maintenance for our neighbors. That will all be taken into consideration as we develop that plan.
As we go through this plan, obviously it takes staff approval. I'd also like to ask that we find a way to maybe incorporate the neighbors in this process as well.
Sure, certainly. Yeah, and certainly in terms of the maintenance of the trees, as there are our trees, they'll be on our property. The maintenance of them will be on us. If we need to do something that's not deciduous, so that we're not putting leaves on our neighbors' lawns, certainly that's something that we can endeavor to do. We'd be happy to incorporate them into the planning of that. I just want to talk to you, and I want to make sure I understand kind of this comment, but there was something about profitability. Again, mentioning Jamboree is a nonprofit 501c3 run by a volunteer board. I think maybe the term that we're talking about is feasibility in terms of, as I mentioned, this is a $23 million budget. And certainly as we adjust the unit costs, we absolutely have developments that are smaller than 47 units. We have one that's 20, I have one that's 8. That changes the economics. It changes the financing and the capital structure. As we mentioned, if we were to go from 47 units to 40 units, for instance, we would lose about $2.5 million in our capital structure, and the deal becomes that we suddenly have a $2.5 million gap, both in our capital structure and in our operating budget, so that we would not be able to build. The project literally becomes infeasible unless we're able to find another $2.5 million somewhere. So each unit that we lose funding source, we lose our mortgage becomes smaller, we get fewer tax credits, all of our capital structure evaporates with each unit that we develop. So again, we started out at 60 odd units, and we're now down to 47. We were able to make that work by cobbling together a number of funding sources and making those programs all work together. That's part of what we do. When we went from 60 to 47, again, we lost capital, we lost funding sources. We've been able to replenish those and identify other funding sources and make the deal work at 47 units. The condenser location, I think the acoustical engineer did a reasonable job a very good job on being responsive to that. Thank you.
Nice catch.
In terms of location, typically in a development like this, we will have the majority of the units on the rooftop. For the second and third units, there will likely be some. Again, we have not fully developed plans. Once we get to the HVAC development, we'll know this. But there will, in all likelihood, and typically with a development like this, we will have condensers on the ground as well. Those will also have barriers around them as well, whether they're structural or landscaping. But that will also provide the same acoustical reduction. The traffic, and I apologize, I have not actually seen the traffic report. It was commissioned by the city. The number of trips, I think sounds, having not seen the report, that doesn't sound like an accurate trip count to me. Here's one thing that I can tell you as someone who's built over 8,000 units throughout the state of California, all of them for low-income families and individuals. Here's what I know about low-income families. The car ownership rate among low-income families is essentially half of what it is for their market rate components. So I don't know, having not seen the report personally, I know my staff has had a chance to review it, at least somewhat, but I don't know if they factored in the fact that this is an affordable development. Affordable families, by definition, they're low income, and they just can't afford the same number of cars and the same number of trips. One of the reasons that we're excited about this development is because of the access to public transportation. And we certainly anticipate that our residents will be strong users of public transportation, and the parking, the traffic that's been speculated in the traffic report, I would be shocked if it were at that level. On the same note, I do want to touch on this. I know there's been some concern about the parking setback and the concession that we're requesting. There are a couple of things on that and a couple of different options that we'd be happy to pursue. If the setback is that problematic, and we don't feel that it is, but certainly it's something that came up, there are a couple other avenues that we would be happy to pursue. Again, this is going to become a matter of priorities. And we want to listen and be responsive to what the priorities within the city are. Because the car ownership ratios of the population that we're going to be serving here is so low, we're agnostic to the idea of reducing parking. Quite frankly, I personally think this development is significantly overparked. We have a lot more. We're going to have. You're going to go out there on a Tuesday night at 8 p.m. and there's going to be acres of parking. It's not going to be used. But again, we want to comply and conform, and you know the city and know what the uses and the needs in the city are, and so we want to be responsive to that. So that's why we've chosen in our plan to conform to the parking requirements of the city. If the setback is problematic, we can reduce some of the parking. We'd be happy to do that. Another thing that I know that we can do, and I know that this was mentioned in regards to the Normandy Park development, and this we think is a quirk, and we haven't fully examined this, but this is something that we are taking a look at. By building carports, it's our understanding that that becomes an ancillary structure and then therefore is not subject to the same setback. So we could cover all of the parking around the perimeter, and we'd be happy to do that as well, and that way we wouldn't have to grant the concession. That's our understanding. We're not completely certain on that yet. It's the code seems a little bit ambiguous.
Yeah, let's not go there. Let's not go.
Right, yeah, exactly. Thank you.
We don't like that option. So.
Right, right. But again, these are the things that we're happy to explore and happy to look at.
As it exists now, though, part of your parking is covered and part of it is not?
Part of it is, that's correct. That's correct. This is just, there are a number of studies, and there are more that we are aware of that are going on right now regarding property values in affordable housing and supportive housing. As someone who's spent his career in affordable housing and here's what I know. The perception that affordable housing diminishes property values is actually incorrect, and that's proven in study after study, long-term studies after long-term study. The qualifying and contingent point on whether or not property values are impacted has to do with the quality of the development and the quality of the management. There are a number of affordable housing developments that are not run well, that are not designed well, are not designed to fit in with the community, and that may be a diminishing impact on property values. That's not the case of Jamboree properties. We're good neighbors, and study after study has demonstrated that affordable housing in and of itself does not impact property values in a negative fashion. I think I had one other thing on my list, which was the alcohol and drug comment, and I think that I can let Aaron address that. But again, thank you very much for your time and patience. We certainly appreciate it.
Yes, I just wanted to address, one of the speakers talked about drug and alcohol treatment. This is not a treatment facility. It is a home. It is permanent supported housing. What we will do, what Residential Services Coordination does, is connect people to treatment options where they exist in the community, and that's part of what we do, is identify the needs and help people get what they need elsewhere. So it is not a drug and alcohol treatment facility. In terms of drug and alcohol use, it is a person's own home. So what happens inside their home, just like in all of our homes, is the person's right as a citizen to do what they wish. What happens outside in the community is something that we address through our property management and residential services so that folks' behaviors don't impact the rest of the community. So that's the level that we take in terms of drug and alcohol. And I don't think there were any other points that I needed to address unless you have any questions for us.
Yes, Brett.
Yeah, I do. One of the very valid concerns of the people that live in the area is this term that a certain portion of these units will be set aside for mentally ill. Heard all kinds of terms, severely mentally ill. What is the criteria for somebody under that classification to be able to live at this location?
So some of the funding is coming from No Place Like Home, which is part of the Mental Health Services Act. And what that does is that folks that qualify for services through the Sacramento County Mental Health Plan are folks that will have access to those units. And so there's a variety of levels of severity in that designation. But what is great and what should be comforting to folks is that these are all people that are in services, that are getting care, that have case management attached. So in addition to the residential services that we provide, those folks will also be having case management services provided by the county mental health plan, which will coordinate with and visit on site to serve those folks.
Is it possible, or do you know if it's possible to restrict anybody who has a mental health issue that's in that system who has also been shown to be violent from being able to come?
Yeah, generally speaking, if you have serious law enforcement, there are certain things that you obviously you cannot be a sex offender. You're living in a family property. You cannot have certain crimes like arson, various things like that. So in your history, so you wouldn't. There are things that are restricted for sure, and violence is not that typical amongst mental health clients, to be honest. Most violence, most people with mental illness are the victims of crime more often than they are the perpetrators. So we don't. So and that's a lot of what we do. We de-escalate situations. That's what residential services do with this population. So we don't expect this to be a violent population at all.
So what I'm hearing you say is that we'll do a really good job of making sure that doesn't happen?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And I just want to take a moment to thank you guys for being such a very open, interactive, great partner in trying to push this forward, whether it goes forward or not, whether we change it or not. Whatever we do with it, I think you guys have been very wonderful in trying to get us to a point to where we can make as many people as happy as possible. So
thank
we
you.
might not get to where, everybody's happy. We won't, but that's usually the way things go too. So, but thank you very much for being so open, available, and accommodating. And hopefully, if we have more accommodations that we'd like to see, that we can get there too.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you. If we need you back, we'll call you back.
Okay, great. Thank
Don't
you.
leave, don't leave.
Oh, sorry,
Okay,
sorry,
sorry.
I'm ignoring the rest. Anybody else on the council want to?
Yeah, I would like to.
Go ahead.
And again, appreciate all the concessions and revisions that you've done to make this project go forward. I think one of the biggest things for the residents before this is a permanent 55-year project is the construction. It's a big concern for me. That's going to be the worst part of it, the dust, the noise. I don't know if we can make it a condition, but to reach out and do weekly updates, whether they're just mailings to the neighbors with a 2 or 3 week schedule look ahead of what's the anticipated task, what's the noise going to be, and what's the duration. There's nothing worse than having a compactor go by and the ground's shaking and you're thinking this is going to go on for months. And we've had this before, and if you know, hey, this is going to be 3 days worth of work, maybe you can go on vacation.
Right, exactly. Absolutely, living next to a construction site is not fun, and our anticipation is this is likely going to be somewhere between a 12 and 14-month construction period overall. Now, I think roughly half of that will be outside construction where we're doing framing and drywalling, which will generate a lot of the noise. Obviously, we intend to conform with all the regulations, all the noise regulations in terms of daylight hours and days. What I can do, if it's a weekly update that's necessary, that's fine. I can certainly have because we have an internal general contractor.
You're going to do it anyway.
Owned by Jamboree.
Amongst yourselves.
Exactly. So if we want to include the neighbors or to include them in the correspondence associated with that, or give them an opportunity to do that, we can do that. I also have our development director, Tish Kelly, and our project manager, Brittany Seneff, and I'm going to be happy to give you their cell phone numbers. Honestly, and mine as well. I'll give you my business card. My business card has my cell phone number on it. So they will be accessible, and they will, our project managers are very, very involved throughout the process. They'll be here on a regular basis. As I mentioned, we have a general contractor that we intend to, that's another subsidiary of Jamboree, that will be the performing general contractor. I oversee that department as well. So certainly that communication that we hope you're seeing tonight will go on throughout the process. We know that it's not going to be perfect. We know that it's unpleasant to live next to, but we also think once we're inside, once the project is framed, once I think the early part of the process is the most difficult, probably the first 60 days, when we're going to be moving dirt. And we're going to have big machines out there, and then we're going to be framing, and there's a lot of noise that goes along with that. Once we're framed, then it's going to be mostly internal work, and so that diminishes rather rapidly. But obviously, in terms of air quality and water quality, we're going to conform with all of those. And certainly, if that open communication can help the process, we'd be happy to do that.
Yeah, and I don't know if we could establish a single point of contact through the staff level, so they know who to contact.
Yeah.
Unless Jeff wants to take that on.
Yeah, that will be.
If approved. I think that's it, thanks.
I have one question for you. Is the wall going up before the construction starts?
I don't know. It's a good question. If my construction president were here, he would probably say no. Just because in terms of staging, and you need to have as much room as possible on the site, and obviously by building the wall, you're closing that in. So I would think in typical sequencing, the wall would not come at the front end of the phase.
Okay, and so when does the wall go up?
Uh,
Somewhere in the process?
Somewhere in the process, because there's foundations, because we're talking about an 8-foot wall, and that's higher than we would typically build. There's going to be some structural associated with it, so maybe it does go in as part of the framing, as part of the mat slab.
Okay, and then my second question to that are the elevations on both sides of the wall the same? So the elevation on the residential side,
That's a good question. I don't
is
know
that
the
going to
answer
be,
to that.
so we don't have a disparity of elevations, and that 8-foot wall really acts like a 6-foot wall?
From what I've reviewed from the reports, it's a fairly flat site, so I can't imagine there's a significant fall or a significant disparity between the parcels.
All right. All right, does our staff have anything they want to add? And then I'm gonna-
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I did want to respond to a couple comments, if you would allow. As mentioned in my presentation, we have received a variety of letters this week since the packet went out. One of the letters we received from Mr. Clark, who spoke earlier, dated on January 9th, brought up some of the questions on the CEQA. So I did want to respond to that. Mr. Clark's January 9th letter indicated that the project does not meet the criteria for the Class 32 infill housing exemption, because that exemption can only be used if, and he quoted, approval of the project would not result in any significant effects relating to traffic, noise, air quality, or water quality. Mr. Clark raised several points in his letter that I want to respond to. The first area concerns the noise, and Mr. Lopez did speak earlier in response to some of the noise, but I wanted to further clarify that Mr. Clark noted that the noise study did not address the construction noise, and that the city's, and so I'm responding, the city's noise ordinance provides an exemption for construction noise, provided it occurs within certain daytime hours, and these hours are 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. on weekdays and 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. on weekends. Mr. Clark also is concerned that the noise study did not address the rooftop air conditioning units, and the noise source was not included originally in the noise study because in scoping for the study, it was determined it would not exceed our noise standards. I verbally confirmed with our noise consultant back in December when Mr. Clark first raised this issue. Following additional conversation with Mr. Clark yesterday, I again contacted our noise consultant, who you heard from earlier, and I have provided to your chair the correspondence I received from him, and I would be happy to provide Mr. Clark a copy as well that confirms the AC units will not exceed our noise standards. Mr. Clark also mentioned noise from the dog park, and as you heard earlier, that has been removed from the project. Based on this, the project will not have a significant effect related to noise. Mr. Clark also raised several concerns about the traffic study. He was concerned that the traffic counts were conducted on weekdays and that some of the counts were over 1.5 years old. It is standard practice to collect counts on mid-weekdays. The city's transportation impact study guidelines specify that counts must be conducted on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. The city's transportation impact study guidelines allows counts to be used that are less than 2 years old. Mr. Clark also questioned why 2 different methods of calculations were used in Table 7. And as part of the traffic impact review, the existing maximum queues were observed during both the AM and PM peak periods at the study intersections. These observations indicated that during the AM peak period, the average maximum queue did not extend beyond the available storage, and that the potential for impacts at the intersection and arterial operations did not warrant a microsimulation analysis of the queuing during this peak period. However, observations during the PM peak period indicated the potential for impacts from the additional queuing may have a greater impact. Therefore, an more in-depth review of the PM peak period queues was conducted using the SimTraffic, a microsimulation software program. The program considers the effects of lane utilization, turn pocket length, storage length, upstream, downstream queue, spillbacks, coordinated signal timings, pedestrian crossing activity, and other conditions on intersection and overall corridor operations. Mr. Clark also mentioned that the traffic study references a future project to interconnect the traffic signals along Sunrise Boulevard. I want to provide you an update on that project. And as part of the recent infrastructure upgrades on Sunrise Boulevard, this traffic signal fiber optic interconnect was installed, providing the physical connection between the traffic signals along the entirety of Sunrise Boulevard required for the coordination. Now that the physical connection is in place, the city's plans to implement new coordinated timing plans are within the next 12 to 18 months. Mr. Clark also concerned that the air quality study was not conducted. And as mentioned earlier, all projects must comply with the requirements of the Sacramento Air Quality Management District for dust control, idling, and et cetera. Although they're already required to comply with these regulations, I have provided to you a revised condition to be incorporated into the project that would specifically state that. Finally, Mr. Clark's letter states that we are not in compliance with Section 15063 of CEQA. The section concerns preparation of initial studies, and because this project is exempt from CEQA, an initial study is not needed.
Thank you.
And again, as mentioned earlier, the noise consultant and the traffic consultant are both here in the audience should you have any more detailed questions.
Okay, thank you. Before we go into council comments or questions, I'm going to close the public hearing. Thank you, everybody who took part in it and gave us your thoughts and comments. So let's start with Mr. Daniels. Do you have anything?
Sure. Thank you very much. Thank you to staff, excellent information, reports, and things like that. I think the last thing that Citrus Heights needs is another multifamily housing unit. We're the most densely populated community in the Sacramento region, and about the last thing we need is more apartments. That being said, about one of the most important things we need is some ability for people to live where it's affordable. And so there's a real tug of war there. There is a process that's going on over the last couple of years where apartments are getting to where they're more than houses. And you can literally go out and get a mortgage, if you can get a mortgage, and buy a house and pay less than what you would in some apartments. It's gotten really ridiculous. So this does address a need in that respect, and there's no doubt about it. I have a really difficult time approving anything that encroaches on the quality of life of people who live there now. They lived there first, and so their concerns should be given tremendous weight. They're very important. They didn't move there after a development went in. They lived there first, and now a development wants to come in, and we should be able to give that extreme weight. Some of the things that those few residents that do live around this have concerns for have been addressed. The dog park is gone. That's good. I don't think that was necessary at all. The easement has been acknowledged, and that has, I think, created a concern for whether or not this even goes forward. And so that is something that was important, that it at least got resolved and has been acknowledged. The trash receptacles have been moved, and hopefully to a point that is satisfactory for those that had concern about that. The landscape maintenance and what is actually going to go in have been touched on. I would like to see us actually add a requirement in there to any agreement that says that a certain level of mature tree must be planted. I wouldn't want to see some little twig tree that's going to take 6 to 10 years to grow out. And then also the maintenance of those trees, I think, needs to be specifically addressed in any agreement, and not just left up to, we'll do it, because that's kind of stuff that gets forgotten later on. But those are important aspects for those residents. I think any design needs to eliminate any third-floor window that has an observation into a residential area. So if that has been satisfied, that's fine. In some of the drawings, it's kind of confusing to me of whether that has actually been satisfied. And if that can't be changed because you then take away a third-level apartment or whatever, then I think some sort of structure needs to be put in place that eliminates the view from that window into a residential area that it faces out to. And then the final thing is, I certainly won't support this development if we grant the concession. I feel we need to deny the concession. I think that's a very important aspect. And again, we need to do whatever we can do to make sure that the people that live around this development are as little impacted by it as possible. There is simply no way that we will eliminate any impact from this development on these areas. But there's also, again, a need, I think, for something like this within our city. And you always have to be careful of what you wish for, because something else actually could come along that could push some sort of development even closer to homes and things like that. So we need to be careful with that. I think that's it. Oh, final thing is, I would prefer to have the Christmas tree lot back. So, so many family traditions existed because of the Christmas tree lot, and we're all very disappointed that it's gone, but life goes on. That's it.
Okay. Mr. Slowey. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you. First of all, again, thank you to Michael and Aaron for being here. You know, well, a little over, maybe not quite 2 years ago, when this first was being talked about, and we took a field trip, if you will, over to Folsom and West Sacramento to see not only Jamboree places that they had worked on, but, you know, the management of TLCS. I'll never forget when we pulled up to the Folsom one, I was kind of like, are we in the wrong place? Because it was actually nicer than the homes around it, and quite frankly, nicer than some of the places I've lived in my younger years. So having said that, I'm also appreciative that you are a business, but, you know, the concessions that, and concessions aren't really the proper word, the modifications that you've been willing to make. So I've been sitting up here for 16 years, prior to that 5 years on the Planning Commission, and I've never seen a perfect infill project. I mean, infill is difficult because people around it live there. And regardless of, you know, how long that parcel was empty, even though they knew somehow, some way that, you know, somebody could come along in development, I think most people's back of their mind, they were hoping it never would be. You know, it's the right of the property owner to develop it. Sitting up here, it's our job to make sure whatever is developed, you know, meets all applicable codes, or, you know, is modified to the best for everybody's benefit. So, you know, we've seen a number of situations in the city where people haven't been happy, but I do want to thank everybody who's come here and talked, because at the end of the day, if this is approved or if not, what's presented before us is better than what started off. So I do want to thank you all for coming. You know, at the same time, I'll also say, after doing, you know, not only this, but the Planning Commission, I don't agree with everybody's comments who came up here. I think there is ways to mitigate certain things. And, you know, I'll never forget the Costco, the Walmart, you know, that whole area. People, you know, the world was coming to an end because we were developing that area. And some of those same people, I swear I've seen in there shopping. So, you know, again, I look at my job as trying to, you know, is this the best project for it? And if it is, how do we make it best for everybody? So, you know, anybody who's known me and seen me sitting up here, I've said a number of times that I would never support a homeless shelter in Citrus Heights. This isn't a homeless shelter. It isn't even really transitional. It's permanent housing. I think the quality of the construction I've seen from Jamboree is superior. I think even, Michael, you said high quality. I mean, it is. It's something that, you know, I could live in seeing the pictures of it. There is a need for affordable housing. I know, you know, with that connotation comes low income, but at the end of the day, there used to be money available for this stuff when redevelopment money was out there. That's gone. You know, the state took care of that. I know there's been a lot of different funding sources, you know, commingled here to try to make this work. I appreciate all the, you know, changes that have been made. My biggest concern, and I heard something from, Michael, from you, that, you know, yeah, you want to meet our codes, I get it, and technically under, you know, if, under your experience with affordable housing, they have, the folks that live there generally don't own as many cars as the rest of us do, and I would agree with that. I also know there's, without granting a concession on parking, under affordable housing, there is some reduction in parking could be made. My concern is, you know, where is that happy medium in terms of, we got 20 feet on two sides and 25 feet on the other for the setback. If this was commercial, which is what it's zoned for today, if somebody were to come in and put a commercial building in here, they could go within 8 feet of the property line. So, you know, it's like, okay, I get, you know, I get the issue. I'm personally willing to accept less parking. What that happy medium is, I don't know. Is it 18 feet? You know, is it 20? And what I don't want to do is I don't want to drag this out and say, go back, come with another plan, and let's see what we can do. So I'm amenable to reducing parking as long as we can get that setback as big as we can. What that is, I don't think anybody's going to be able to answer that for me tonight, unfortunately. But I'd personally be willing to come up with some guidelines on that, to where if you could get it within, you know, this many feet, I'd be willing to grant the concession. But again, let's make that 10 feet, 18 feet, you know, that 25 feet, 18 feet. And I don't know what, by reducing, you know, the parking, could we get the setbacks completely on all three sides where we wouldn't have to make a concession? I don't know that.
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
But what I think you could do is, generally, the parking spaces would stay in their same location, but we could reduce the number, so there would be fewer number of parking spaces. So in those areas where parking was removed, you would have a larger landscape planner.
Okay. But still, they'd be 10 feet from the wall, is what you're saying?
Some, yes.
Some, okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'll have to noodle on that, but let me finish up my other comments then. I know one resident talked about, could we, insist that these become residents, or, the folks are strictly residents from Citrus Heights. Our legal department has looked into that. I won't give you the same definition that we got, but basically we cannot for various reasons. We can say that, that we would prefer the folks to come out of the San Juan Unified School District. It's a more diverse population to look at. And I also heard that the number was mentioned, 600 to 800 homeless families who are without homes. And that is true within the San Juan School District. So I just want to be clear that that isn't 600 to 800 in Citrus Heights. That's within the whole San Juan Unified School District. So if we push for that, we have a diverse enough group that we could probably get them out of that group, okay? But if we said, legally, we can't say they have to come from Citrus Heights. So in general, I am supportive of this. I think the majority of the concerns have been addressed. I'm not 100% sure how to address the parking, even reducing it. Sounds like it's, there will still be some within 10 feet. I guess I'd kind of have to a little better understand how many. But the other thing, and this is what I don't want to see, and Mr. Massey indicated it, that you could cover them all, and then they're ancillary structures, so they're outside of the requirement to meet that setback, which, that's not good either, because that doesn't solve anybody's problem. So I'm generally for it with all the amendments. I just don't quite at this point know what's the proper thing to do. I mean, even if we reduce them, it sounds like we'll have parking 10 feet from the wall. And again, if it's half the number, that's better than what it is. So I guess I could lean that way, but I haven't heard exactly what that is. So.
Okay. Ms. Middleton?
I have to say that I agree with everything that's been said before me, and that I'll just reiterate that I really do appreciate the fact that the applicant is working so diligently and so closely with the community to make sure that we are meeting the needs. We're being as sensitive as possible. I actually asked staff for the numbers of, my concern is, the people that we can serve within our community. And within the San Juan School District, the numbers that staff gave me is that within the San Juan School District, there are 3,600 individual students who are, at risk of being homeless. And that's, we're talking about breaking that cycle of poverty. We're talking about, setting them up so that they can learn and they have the chance to get out of that, have a job, have housing, have a stable lifestyle. Within Citrus Heights, there are 650 to 800 students who are housing unstable. So this is something that we can really kind of focus on, and I'm glad that that condition is there, that we kind of make this more of a family development, that we focus more on the families in our area so that we can kind of alleviate a small bit of the problem. And I like the fact that there's also going to be childcare there. It helps to alleviate an extra burden. If we're already talking about people who have lower incomes, they can't afford childcare, they already have a lot of stress and things they have to deal with when it comes to being successful. So removing those barriers where we can is important. But I'm also sensitive to the fact that, you don't want to see a 3-story window facing your backyard. You're worried about leaves in your pool. I get it, but we also have to understand that we have to find a way to balance. There has to be some give and take. And I've seen a lot of that tonight, just, by people coming up and talking, and the applicant saying, you know what, yes, we can do that, we can work. We're willing to meet whatever conditions within reason. And so if it means removing some parking spaces, I'm okay with that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Miller?
I agree with Brett. I miss Sable's. I know back in the 80s, we got our first flock tree from there for the family. And I don't think that's a business now that is sustainable with the Christmas trees. But so we mourn the loss of this open lot. I did also go on the tours to both Folsom and West Sacramento, and having been in construction for 42 years, I was very impressed with the qualities of construction. This is not your sayonara slum, or we call it a project, but it's not going to be the projects. And I got to meet the families living there, and there were some interesting stories that I'm not going to go into in the interest of time. As I look at these revisions, you know, we had the parking plot plan and a 6-foot wall as required, and one of the concessions or revisions that the developer did was raise it to 8 feet. And so in my mind, that settled the request for a concession into that 10-foot. I don't know that moving it back is going to make any difference in sound, noise, or anything. So just looking at all the different revisions between reducing numbers, they could have gone 3 stories all the way around to get the 60, and taking the 3rd story away from facing the adjacent properties, residential properties. I appreciate that. And even when we asked, I own a dog, I'd love to, you know, I'd look at that and go, well, apparently they're going to allow pets, a great place to have them relieve the dogs. But I also understand, you know, a neighbor with dogs and everybody barking and everything like that, perhaps it could be moved. Otherwise, you know, if this does allow pets, and I don't know what the restrictions are as far as size or anything like that, but someplace for the pets would, but not in the corner there by the residences. And I truly believe this is going to be for some folks their forever home. It's going to be a nice place. I really like the architectural features. I understand that the developer worked with the neighborhood to come up, because they had a number of different styles to choose from, and so they worked with the community on that. And for others, this will be a place to, a hand up, a place of stability, a place to get back on your feet and move up and move out, hopefully. So I was very impressed with this project. And the previous comments are so true. You've been looking out your windows for maybe 30 years at an empty lot, maybe longer. And this change is going to be difficult. I appreciate that. Just north of there, we have another set of apartments that's coexisted with the residences in a very similar situation. And by the way, the parking's within 10 feet of the property line. And I'm not aware of complaints that have come out of there. Again, this is a change. It's going to be difficult, especially for those adjacent to this property. And my heart goes out to you during construction if this gets approved, but we'll get through it. And that's my comments.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple things. One is, I'm glad to see that the dog park was eliminated, because this unit is literally a 3 or 4 minute drive from the dog park, so the big dog park.
CRC, yep.
So also, I would suggest that, I don't know if this has been taken into consideration, but since pets are going to obviously be allowed, that maybe there'd be a weight, a size limit. These are, after all, apartment dwellers, and I just don't see an 80-pound black lab, you know, in every other apartment being a feasible thing. In regard to it being low income, and I just would like to share, we have another low income apartment facility in Citrus Heights that's been around for years. It actually was built before we became a city. And there was a lot of resistance because of the word low income, and it's on Stock Ranch Road. It's called Vintage Oaks Apartments. And it has far more units than this apartment building does. And I would venture to say that there are probably 0 calls for service there, probably more than anything, fire engines coming to help people that might be in distress, because most of the people living there are seniors. And they have to qualify every single year to be at a very low income level to live there. It's a nice apartment complex. They have, in recent years, have converted to all solar. They have a swimming pool, they have a rec room. It's all low income. And so I'm not afraid of low income like I may have been in the past. So I just wanted to make that statement, and just drive down Stock Ranch Road and you'll see what I'm talking about. As I think through the various comments this evening, the overriding one is the issue of the parking close to the fence. And I would like to suggest, because this qualifies under state law for less parking than our code generally would require, that we require that the parking be reduced. The developer, Jamboree, generously put in more parking than they needed to, probably, I imagine, with the thought that that would accommodate guests and so forth. But after having heard their testimony tonight and knowing the type of clientele that will be living here, and many of whom will be participating and taking advantage of public transportation, I do also believe that this facility is overparked. And if we could reduce the parking, and I'm wondering if we could just take out like a whole bank of it on the back end there and just not have to worry about those 18 spaces. So maybe that could be addressed.
Right, and actually, after I responded to Vice Mayor Slowey's comments about the width of the landscape planner, we discussed it a bit amongst ourselves, and potentially in some areas, we could increase the width of that planner. One idea would be to provide parallel parking spaces along the back.
That thought occurred to me too.
So I don't know that we can reduce it in every situation. I think the concession would still be needed, but what I would suggest is that your direction be, if this is what you choose, is that we work to modify the site plan to reduce the overall number of parking spaces and, to the extent possible, increase that landscape setback.
So that the concession wouldn't have to be up to 10 feet. It could be a greater length, maybe 20.
Yeah, in some areas, maybe there would still be some that would have the 10, but we would, to the maximum extent we could, we would try to
minimize?
Minimize it, yeah. And in some cases, maybe we could do some compacts, we could do some angled. The one thing we're working with right now is we don't know exactly what that minimum number is. So once we determine that, we could be able to figure out. But we do think, yes, we can do some things to greatly reduce the percentage or the amount of encroachment within that setback, although some may still be required.
I think that's a great idea. I think that's a great idea. Okay. So then we have, anything else from the council before we?
I do, after listening to comments, it sounds like the majority of us are in favor. One, I like what you said, but I want to make sure that that's happened, so when you figure it out, I'd like a report back.
Sure, we'll report back.
And second of all, my only dislike on all the approvals the conditions I see here, and if I wrote it right, it's 25, the whole 8-foot wall. Let's just make the whole thing 8 feet. I'm not really into a graduated, and, if we're going to have 8 foot here, let's just have 8 foot start to finish and be done with it. That's just my request. I know, sorry, guys, it costs a little more money, but.
I believe that we spoke about that before with them, and they are willing, if that's your desire.
Yes.
That would be my suggestion to the council. I just don't think a graduated, I'd rather see the whole thing one
Size or one height. I'm fine with that. Okay, anything else from the council? All right, so we have before us 3 separate items to vote on, and I think we should take them individually. And so would the city clerk please read the first one?
Mayor Bruins, before you go to your motions, can we just confirm what we think were the changes that we
Yes, of
wanted?
course.
One would be revising the site plan, remove the dog park. One is the parking situation we just discussed to minimize the amount that needs that concession.
Or increase the
The
further away they are. I know what you're
Exactly,
saying.
yeah.
but I like it
Decrease
better that way.
spaces and, to the extent possible, increase the landscape planner. Provide an 8-foot wall completely
All the way.
around it. So those are the 3, I'd heard a couple different things mentioned, but those were the 3 for sure.
Did we want to add a condition requiring, to the best extent possible when the final landscape plan is designed, that more mature trees
Right.
are included?
And then, you
And then
know,
a condition that biweekly, once a month, twice a month, some number of construction updates are provided to the neighbors?
Yes and no. One, I don't want to specify the time. I'd like to say timely updates are given to the neighbors. And I don't want to specify that it's mail. I mean, I think in our paperless world, you know, whether it be email, you know, that can be pushed out, whether it's a website they can go to, something along those lines. I mean, you guys are creating these memos anyways internally, so I just don't want to direct how that happens. I think it's a good idea.
Right, right.
I think the intent, and I don't even necessarily personally have to have it as a condition. I think, you know,
all right. And don't we have to address the easement too?
No, that's included in the revised conditions that
Okay.
Allison had already provided
Okay.
tonight.
All right. And then, to the extent possible, working with the residents who border that property with the type of trees that are being selected.
Selection of trees, okay.
Okay.
Okay, we'll
Anything
add the
else?
tree one, but we're not going to add the construction one, but we will just make note to do that.
Right.
Okay.
Anything else from staff?
No,
Any other
thank you.
questions? Anything else from the council? Okay, then we have the first item. Would you read that, please?
The first item is to move to approve the resolution as shown in attachment 1B to do the following. Find the project is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Okay, I'd just like to stop at 1A and take
Oh,
these.
I apologize.
Yeah,
Find the
that's-
project is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Okay, so let's take
and just, you said 1B. I just want to make sure we're talking about
1A. Just 1A, correct.
We're talking about 1B.
A.
Hold on.
Wait,
B-A.
That's the confusion in whether or
Okay.
not there's a concession or not.
I'm talking about the
That's
motion
basically
being.
the two differences, that's the difference.
Okay, let me
between the
just,
two
let me
motions.
just finish. Item 14A is what I'm referring to, which is just a CEQA. Can we
That
do
is-
that?
Yes, you may, and that is correct. And the finding is that it's categorically exempt based on Section 15332 and Section 15194.
Okay, that is the motion I'm entertaining. Do I have a motion
so moved.
to approve?
Yeah.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Did you second? Oh, I didn't hear you. Okay. So we have a motion by Mr. Slowey and a second by Ms. Middleton. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. It carries unanimously. Please read.
Before you read the next one, I
This is
don't,
where it gets sticky.
yeah, we don't.
Can I just clarify a couple things?
Yep.
So you have two motions that were provided to you, and the first one being up on the screen, and this is what the Planning Commission forwarded to you, which is denying the concession. So if you choose that, this would be the appropriate motion. As discussed a minute ago, if you want to approve the project, they would still need a concession for the parking, but we've added conditions to decrease the amount of area that will be, require the concession. That would be the alternate motion or Resolution 1B is provided, the second motion in your packet.
Okay, so the alternate motion would be to grant the concession with the conditions as stated this evening.
With the revised conditions.
Revised conditions.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to grant the concession with the revisions as stated this evening from the council. Let's have a roll call vote on this.
Councilmember Daniels?
No.
Councilmember Middleton?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Slowey?
Yep.
Mayor Bruins?
Yes, thank you. Okay, please read the next one.
The next one is approve the design review permit based upon the findings listed in the resolution and the conditions of approval provided as Exhibit A.
Okay,
And is that,
any question on the design?
I'll move the motion with the question of, does that include, is the wall in Exhibit A, or I forget where that is?
So this motion, you'd be approving the design review permit with the revised site plan
Okay.
that was presented by the applicant and your amended conditions of approval.
I'm sure that's what I meant, yeah.
Okay,
I'm not.
okay. All right, so do we have a,
Yes. move
You have
that
a
one.
motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve item C. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. It carries unanimously. So I believe
Is there,
We need a D.
yes.
we have a D. Okay, and please read that one.
Item D is authorize the city manager to execute an affordable housing agreement.
Okay,
Move them, item.
thank you. Second, please. I'll second that myself. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, it carries. And that concludes item 14. I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight, and have a good evening. Okay, next item, please.
The next item is regular calendar item 15. The subject is adopt the resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a regulatory agreement with restrictive covenants with Jamboree Housing Corporation and approving a $1,300,000 home investment partnership program fund allocation related to the Sunrise Point Apartments at 7424 Sunrise Boulevard.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Stephanie Cotter, Community and Economic Development Department. So this item is related to the item you just approved. As with most affordable housing projects, as we've discussed, there's a number of funding sources that are generally pieced together in order to make the project financially feasible. This project is no exception. As Mr. Massey stated, the entire project is estimated to cost approximately $23 million, and there's a total of at least 5 funding sources they're currently pursuing for this project. Although we have not seen this request recently in Citrus Heights, this type of request for home funds is a typical request. Staff has evaluated Jamboree's request for home funds, and the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency has vetted the application. Based on their evaluation recommendation and our evaluation to make sure it's consistent with the city's goals, staff recommends adopting a resolution authorizing the city manager to allocate the $1.3 million in home funds to this project. And in exchange for that, Jamboree has agreed to execute a regulatory agreement with the city so that the city can satisfy part of its replacement obligation for the CINR units. So just a little bit of background, the city receives an annual allocation of federal home funds, and as I stated, it's administered by SHRA. These funds are not held within the city of Citrus Heights, and SHRA is responsible for submitting all of the required reports to HUD and adopting the annual budget and all of the other administrative requirements. Home funds can't be used for anything. They can only be used for specific activities that are related to improving affordable housing opportunities, such as acquiring and rehabilitating and constructing affordable housing. As I stated at the beginning, SHRA does a comprehensive review of any applications they receive for funding within the Sacramento County area, and then they forward the application on to the relevant jurisdiction to review. If you approve this allocation, it will go to the County Board of Supervisors for final consideration on January 29th. Historically, in Citrus Heights, we have used home funds to fund the city's first-time home buyer program due to factors that are outside of the city's control, and a lot of other jurisdictions have experienced the same thing. The city has received an increased number of loan payoffs because home values are increasing. Yet at the same time, the number of new loans issued has decreased because it's harder to purchase a home. The values are higher, and by the nature of the program, you have to be low income. So the maximum income allowed for a 4-person household would be about $64,000. Given the maximum home price that's allowed for home regulations of $323,000, it makes it really difficult to afford it on the required income. So given the federal regulations, the market changes, as they are cyclical. This program isn't really a good fit for the funding source. And as such, staff has taken steps in the last year to switch the first-time home buyer program to an alternative funding source, specifically state Cal Home funds. So that way they're a little more flexible. We can still offer the program while being able to expend the home funding.
Stephanie,
Yes.
just can you go back to that one real
Sure.
quick? Is that maximum home price 323, is that a change?
Every year, they change the home limit of maximum home price, so they do change it each year.
Wasn't it below 300 before?
Possibly, they changed it in April. They generally change them in April. I can't remember off the top of my head, but they do update it each year. And I just checked yesterday, so that's the current number.
I think it was 308 before that.
Oh, thank you. Good memory. Yes, so it has increased. Thank you.
People make it up and we wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Don't Google that.
So previously, when Jamboree first approached us, I asked SHRA what our home fund balance was, and they had told us it was around $850,000. Since that time, the city of Citrus Heights received 4 loan repayments for first-time homebuyer loans, so that balance has increased. And as of November 30th, 2018, it was $995,000. As I stated, this money is at SHRA. It is not included in the city's budget. This includes the annual allocations Citrus Heights receives, as well as program income or loan repayments. Due to the high balance, federal regulations dictate that you can not have more than 2 times your annual allocation sitting in your home fund account. Otherwise, it is subject to recapture by HUD. So because of the city's high balance, SHRA froze any future allocations to Citrus Heights until the balance dips below that 2-year threshold. So the 2019 allocation for Citrus Heights is estimated to be $283,000. After learning about this project and, deciding that it really fit their goals, SHRA has agreed to unfreeze the allocation for Citrus Heights if the council decides to allocate the funding towards the Sunrise Point project. And they have stated that our available home funds to commit is $1.3 million. It's rounded up just a tad bit, and it includes the current balance plus the 2019 allocation that the city would not otherwise receive. And if we decided not to allocate this funding, the city would just not receive any future allocations of home funding until our current level of funding dips below the allowable level. When evaluating this proposal, we considered, we looked through our checklists and said, why this project? Why should we allocate funds to this project specifically? This project did check a lot of the boxes. It leverages private investment along with other sources of state and federal funds to provide needed affordable housing and currently vacant land. So it is an infill project that is providing something that the community needs. It's consistent with several policies listed in the general plan, as Allison went through in detail, but basically it's promoting a variety of housing types, supporting underutilized lands, and using our resources to promote housing opportunities for people at all levels. Additionally, the developer has been very responsive to the city as well as residents, and they do have extensive experience in delivering high-quality results, both on the development side and on the service provision side. It would also help the city to reach its RHNA numbers, or Regional Housing Needs Assessment, and as the state becomes more and more enforcing of those numbers, it'll definitely benefit us in the long run. Lastly, and not least, these last 2 bullet points, it would reduce the city's replacement obligation for Sayonara Drive by 23 units or 46 bedrooms, down to 12 units or 23 bedrooms. And that, in turn, would reduce the density required if we, when we go to redevelop Sayonara Drive. There's currently 12 vacant lots on Sayonara, and we would have 12 units left to replace. Just a little background, in 2010, why we have this replacement obligation is because the city, as part of the Sayonara Drive project, demolished 15 multifamily structures. This was before the abolishment of redevelopment agencies, and so the city had planned to use that funding to redevelop the street. Community redevelopment law requires the city to replace the demolished units. Statute is requiring us to replace 35 units or 70 bedrooms. The time to replace the units is 5 years. We did adopt a 5-year extension, so currently we have until 2022 to replace the units. And we cannot get any more extensions. It's a one-time extension for these projects. So if this project were to be allocated the home funds and we execute the regulatory agreement, it would provide 8 extremely low units, 6 very low-income units, and 32 low-income units, a total of 46 units. Because this is outside of the Sunrise project, or the Sayonara project area, we would only get 50% credit for the units replaced. So we would get a total credit of 23 units or 46 bedrooms, which would, our replacement obligation is currently 35 units and 70 bedrooms, so that would leave us 12 units or 24 bedrooms remaining for our replacement obligation.
You're saying we got less than 4 years to do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, and assuming, since redevelopment's gone, assuming the state actually figures it out and comes after us. And I've told you this, Karen, before, that I personally do not believe they know what they're doing down there, so I think we're pretty safe.
But you just said
But
that.
legally, this is what is going on.
Don't say that on TV.
So I'll take any questions. That concludes my presentation if anyone needs clarification on any items.
Okay, any questions from the council?
I don't have a question for staff. Is somebody from SHRE here? Yeah.
We have Victoria Johnson here representing SHRA.
Okay. Come on up, would you come up? How are you doing, Victoria?
Very well, thank
Good. So before I say my comments, I don't want you to take them personally, but I'm not happy with SHRA. And I'll tell you why. It's not, it's the process. So I get, Citrus Heights' fault that, we had money, we couldn't give it away. So you suspended our funding, right? That's what the program calls for. What concerns me is when we first started this effort, we heard we had $850,000 to, put towards the project. That's what I was thinking. 6 months later, it comes back and $500,000 more. So basically what you've said is, yeah, okay, we told you we couldn't give you any more money unless you got rid of what you had. Looked like we were going to get rid of it. Now you said, we're going to be nice and we're going to actually give you additional money, but it's got to go to this project. So, truthfully, we don't have anywhere else to give it. So but the process to me seems like it should have been, hey, this is what originally was going to be committed. And is there anything else out there that might qualify that we had in the pipeline? You guys made that decision, didn't even come and ask us. So now what you're saying is we'll give you more money if it goes to this project. I know Jamboree's not complaining, and, it's federal money, and this is what it's supposed to go for, but again, the process to me seems like we weren't included, and it was like, you can have this money, but only if it goes to this project. And that's what I just like about that extra $500,000. I mean, I like that it's, we are using it for what the federal purpose was, but I don't like the fact that we didn't get an option on doing something different. One, because I get you guys like the project, but two, what if we had something else in the wings? Which we don't, so, But again, I just, to me, the process did not work properly from our end. At the end of the day, there's $1.3 million federal money that has to go to something like this. You guys support it. I'll support it, but I think the process somehow is broken. And don't take that personal, because you didn't do it, but.
On him having said that, I want to thank SHRA for participating in this project.
Well,
All right,
thank you.
I feel it.
The old curmudgeon over there. No, I understand what he's saying.
Okay.
But thank you for coming tonight. Do you have anything you wanted to say?
No, just slightly. Well, good evening. I'm Victoria Johnson, the Housing Finance Manager at SHRA. The 2 years that the city's allocation was not utilized, which is 2017 and 2018. Those funds actually go back into the countywide pool. So the dollars coming into Citrus Heights are being made possible only because of this project. And if in fact there was no project, the 2019 dollars would have gone back into the countywide pool. They'd still serve the purpose of affordable housing. They wouldn't be brought into the city. So just flipping it a little, there is an advantage in the bigger scheme of things. The project is that much more feasible and has to search elsewhere, take on more debt elsewhere because of these funds. So they're gap funds, they're meant to help, but not make the project complete, but they help the project become a little bit more feasible. And we welcome, SHRA is really proud of Citrus Heights for supporting this project. In the unincorporated county, it is really very difficult to find support and a location for this kind of housing, so we're very grateful.
Thank you for coming tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else have any questions, comments? All right, then I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval, despite my comments.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the floor to approve this item. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, it carries unanimously. Next item, please.
The next item is regular calendar item 16. The subject is city manager compensation adjustment, and the recommendation is to adopt the resolution approving a compensation adjustment for the city manager.
Okay. And before we vote on this, we do have one speaker from the public who wants to come forward, Mr. Oleg Shisko. Is he here tonight?
Oh, there he is.
Hello, council members. It's a pleasure to speak to you. Thank you for allowing me to do this. I just had a few comments about who I am. So I'm living here for almost 2 years. My church family's in the city. I go to work in the city. I try to, kind of stay in the city. So long-term, I'm planning to stay here and build my family here. And just seeing how we're kind of on the track that we're going kind of disappoints me. Hoping that we can kind of reverse that trend and go in a different direction. So I just try to look into some of the statistics as to what the pay of city managers are in the surrounding area in the different cities that we're surrounded with. I just want to read off some of the, just to compare what other cities are compensating other city managers for, and if this is a wise thing that we're doing. For example, the city of Elk Grove, city manager is being paid total wages, $287,000. City of Roseville, our neighbor, their population is almost half as ours, and their city manager receives $289,000 in total compensation. This is not counting retirement and health benefits, which is around, average is around $76,000. City of Rockland, $252,000, not counting retirement and health benefits. Rancho Cordova, $256,000. Woodland, $246,000. So, and comparing to the big dog in our area is the city of Sacramento, which has 500,000 population, and their budget is way bigger than our city. City manager there gets $272,000. Compared to, this information I'm getting from is from the California State Controller's Office. The website is publicpay.ca.gov. So this is public information. I'm not just what we have here, according to that website. Right now, $314,000 in total wages. This is not counting health and retirement, what the city puts in there, which is $76,000. Total is $390,000, so it's just seeing the surrounding cities, how much smaller we are in comparison to some of the big ones. This is just concerning to me. Also, keeping in mind that our city, you guys voted to take out a loan, I believe it was $12 million recently, which is kind of a new trend. I guess we were kind of, trying to stay conservative financially and not, kind of pay as we go in a sense. So it just, for me, as far as I see it, it's really concerning that we're kind of on this trend. Let's see. I would just ask you guys to reconsider that, see if it's a needed thing. And the question is why, if we're looking at the surrounding cities that are paying, that have bigger cities, much more population, why are we, what's the reason for it? It's not like we're some corporation, that for-profit corporation that's selling things. Why are we increasing the pay of our city managers? So that's my question.
So since you're up here, I want to answer a couple questions you had. One, some of it is how we report versus how other agencies report. So Mr. Boyd is not making $314,000 in salary. Okay, there is a car allowance there that we choose to report that way, where I know for a fact Roseville doesn't. So he's not making, you know, I mean, there's $30,000 difference in actual wages between them. But why? And when you say a loan, we took out a credit line that we haven't used, and that was really for, you know, other purposes. But to be quite frank with you, you know, last month we approved a 3% pay raise for staff, including our executive folks. Mr. Boyd was included in that, but we had not finalized his review, so he couldn't be included. It's separate here. And to me, I personally like to treat everybody the same. When we hired Mr. Boyd, you know, typically you'd go out for a RFP and do a research and you know, spend between $100,000 and $150,000 to bring in a city manager. He was internal, so we saved that money. Mr. Boyd, with his previous law enforcement, went out and hired our current police chief. Typically, you'd go out for a RFP, again, $100,000, $150,000 there. So I look at just by us hiring him internally and then letting him hire the police chief he did, the city saved $200,000 to $300,000, which is, you know, approximately the entire increase of all the staff, not just, you know, the 3% we're putting to Mr. Boyd. So, one, I appreciate your comments, because I think, you know, it's your right to ask that. But personally, after sitting up here for 16 years, you know, he's an excellent city manager. There's certain things he's done behind the scenes that I can't go into that has saved this city quite a bit of money. I think he's well worth the 3% raise that is what we're giving him here, and I fully support it. But I also appreciate your questions, and I think, you know, citizens should continue to question any decision that they see.
Yeah. So what is the total, the difference there? On the website specifically says their regular wage, regular pay is $247,000, right? That's which is matches what we see in the other cities, but then that difference.
But then there's another column that, you know, it's car allowance and something else. I don't honestly know, but I know for a fact there's several ways you can report that, and other agencies don't specifically report it that way.
And I'll just interject and add to what Jeff is saying. Mr. Boyd is paid very comparable to the other ones, very much in the mix of it, somewhere between $250,000 and $270,000. So that is, if you want to look at actual salary, he is right in the mix with everybody else. And so I appreciate Jeff making that explanation, and I appreciate you coming.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Well, and let me just chime in, because one of the reasons why I supported it too, and you do have to look at everything in totality, size of staff. I know City of Sacramento, the staff size underneath the.
Right.
And you've got a strong mayor who's supposed to be running things and doing a lot of the duties that our city manager does for us. One of the first things Chris did, and this was eliminated, we went from 5 executive directors to 3. It saved us $469,000. And so that's just another factor that I consider. And yeah, sometimes the salaries blow me away a bit, but a good quality leader is hard to find. And compensation, again, we try and keep it in the median for the whole state of California. But there's so many other factors that go into this, and I've seen some huge cost savings in what he's done and the responsibilities. And he's taking on, you know, a big thing for us right now is economic development.
Yes.
He's taken that on himself. And so I hope that some of the issues we have along, you know, like the mall and everything like that, that he's very successful.
Yeah.
So again, I thank you, and I think we need more folks looking at these things. and
Thanks for, yeah,
analyzing.
thanks
Thank
for your watchful eye.
Yes.
Thank you.
You know, as the new kid on the block, I'll throw my 1.5 cent in. And I was just like you initially when I saw this. I was like, really? But I took the time to kind of sit down. I spoke with the mayor. I spoke with staff, and I said, you know, tell me why, because, you know, the previous year, I didn't work with the city manager in this capacity. I said, so tell me what it is that he's done. And if you knew the things that he's done, like Steve said, behind the scenes, the money that he's saved us, so that we can kind of, you know, kick the can down the road for the 2 years he's been here to get us to where we are now, where we have to take out a line of credit. We have to figure out, you know, what we're going to do about the Sylvan's property and Sunrise Mall, and he's been flexible with how he organizes his staff. He's been creative with where he can cut funding and move things around the budget, and that takes a particular skill set and a leader that you can't pick him up, you know, just anywhere. And the money that we save by not having to do that searching for someone is in my humble opinion, worth the compensation.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Keep an eye on us.
Okay. Before we vote on this, I have a statement to read, and that is this. This item is a recommendation to approve an increase to the city manager's salary by 3% effective January 6, 2019. I'll entertain a motion.
I am happy to move the item.
Do we have a second?
Second, you do.
We have a motion and a second on the floor to move this item and to approve this increase. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Thank you. Carries 4-1. Okay, next item, please.
The next item is regular calendar item 17, and the subject is update regarding the status of the ADA transition plan. And the recommendation is that council receive and file the report on the status of the ADA transition plan.
Will do. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. We will just make this brief. I know it's late. I'm Amy Van, the City Clerk. I also serve as the city's ADA Coordinator, and with me tonight is Stuart Hotchkins, the City Engineer. And tonight we are going to be giving an update regarding the status of the city's ADA transition plan. So just a brief background on the ADA law. The Americans with Disabilities Act was signed into law in 1990, intended to eliminate discrimination against individuals with disabilities. And Title II of the ADA requires the city to identify and evaluate all aspects of operations, facilities, services programs for the purpose of eliminating barriers to members of the public with a disability. And just a little bit of background on the city's ADA transition plan process. In 2010, the city hired an ADA consultant, and the consultant conducted they performed an assessment evaluating 7 city buildings, 188 bus stops, 54 signalized intersections, and 214 miles of pedestrian pathways. And since that time, when the evaluation was complete, the City Council adopted the ADA transition plan and self-evaluation at their July 10th, 2014 City Council meeting. And at the time of the adoption of the plan identified over 12,000 barriers to access, with an estimated cost to correct those barriers of approximately $200.5 million. And therefore, we are here tonight to provide an update on the actions or the progress of the ADA transition plan through public and private projects that have been constructed that have resulted in the removal or the correction of these numerous barriers to accessibility.
To update you on the city's progress along these lines to remove barriers, as a summary, since July of 2010, we have completed 27 major capital improvement projects with a total approximate cost of about $50 million. And of that, about 11% or $5.9 million was spent directly on ADA-related enhancements. Those include compliant sidewalks, meeting proper cross slopes, curb access ramps that we're all familiar with around the city, traffic signal accessibility upgrades, which include the specialty buttons, which give the audible tones and so forth, and accessible bus stops in conjunction with our efforts with RT. The next page here shows you just kind of roughly our efforts throughout the city, gives an idea of the number in each of our 11 neighborhoods, the number of barriers that we have removed during this period of time. And I want to be clear that this is the total barriers, and this includes public and private projects. So there are a number of development projects and building permit-related projects that have also added to the 27 capital projects that have resulted in removing barriers. It shows you the remaining barriers and the approximate remaining cost to cure, so to speak, to complete and correct those barriers. The next slide is just an overview of the projects that I referenced previously, showing you generally the locations of these projects. And if you look at the corridors, I know not all the street names are there, but you get the big ones of the Auburn Boulevard corridor, the Sunrise Boulevard corridor, and actually a number of our annual overlay and accessibility projects are shown here. The next slide, the next several slides actually just give you some examples of where we have done corrections with our public projects. This one here being one of the more recent ones in front of the Ranch Motel. And we see a before and after picture of a very deteriorated pedestrian path and our new sidewalk that fronts that property, finished just within the last couple of months. The next project, the next sheet just gives you a visual of curb access ramps, a before and after, showing our current standard. And this picture actually shows the accessibility components of the signal as well, with the pedestrian buttons mounted at the back of the sidewalk there. The next page is just very simply a quick view of bus stops. This particular one is at Woodmore Oaks and Loker on Sunrise. Shows that we had a very minimal accessibility component. And actually, with our recently completed Sunrise Boulevard Phase 2A, this sidewalk now connects all the way down to Sayonara. It ended at the end of this picture. So,
And you had to get the massage parlor sign in the picture. Good job.
I didn't take that picture. As far as our ongoing process for our ADA work, we're working on tracking our public and private projects on a monitoring those on a regular basis, and quarterly we're updating our GIS system layers to represent the barriers removed, so we keep a good eye on the barriers that are remaining and keep them in front of us. And in that way, we can utilize that resource to help us plan future capital projects. And when we're working on larger funded projects through grant programs and so forth, we can know where we have barriers to pick up and remove. And last but not least, we're going to be coming back to you on an annual basis with a similar update like this to keep you apprised of our progress.
And with that, staff is recommending that the City Council by a motion receive and file this report on the status of the ADA transition plan.
Okay, before we do that, I have one question. And that is, on the Ranch Motel one, looks wonderful, but it's really obvious that there's a telephone pole in the middle of the sidewalk. So is that a SMUD pole?
It is a SMUD pole.
Okay.
We are in communication with SMUD. And we moved faster than they could to get this thing relocated. We're working with them to actually shift that pole back into the sidewalk, moving forward.
Great.
And it will be, I don't have a date specific at this time, but I'm anticipating sometime in the next few months.
Super. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Yes.
Move
All
that
right.
we receive and file this wonderful ADA transition.
Is that a yes, a second?
I didn't know we needed a second, sure.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to receive and file this report. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, it carries. All right, next item, please.
The next item is regular calendar item 18. The subject is appointments to regional boards and committees, and the recommendations are outlined in your staff report.
Okay. I'll wake my computer up again.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council, Amy Van, City Clerk. Each year, the City Council evaluates the representatives on the various regional boards and committees. And for you tonight, on the screen, I have included all of the recommended appointments to the various regional boards, liaison to local entities, and council ad hoc subcommittees. And there are a couple of those regional boards that require a resolution to formalize those appointments, which are presented in your staff report. And I'm available for any questions.
Can we do all the resolutions at once, Madam Attorney?
Yeah.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
I'm having a hard time getting seconds tonight. Thank you. We have a motion on the floor and a second to issue the resolutions as needed for the various positions as listed. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Carries. Next item, please.
The next item is regular calendar item 19, and the subject is city board and commission appointments. The recommendation is that Mayor Jeannie Bruins and council members Steve Miller and Portia Middleton nominate one regular member to serve on the planning commission, whose appointments are subject to ratification by the city council, and the city council by majority vote appoint individuals for the remaining at-large appointments to the planning commission and construction board of appeals.
Okay, thank you. So shall we just call out our?
Yes, and I do have, for the convenience of the council, a listing here so that if the Mayor Bruins and council members Miller and Middleton would like to nominate their individual appointments, I can mark that here and record that, which does require a vote of the council to ratify those appointments.
Okay. So, Ms. Middleton, would you like to start?
Oh, yes. Andrew Van Duker.
Okay. And Mr. Miller,
Are we doing the 4 or the 2?
you're doing
One.
your selection.
Oh, my selection.
Big one.
Tough, Janelle Engel.
Okay, and mine is Marcel Flowers. Okay. So shall we vote on?
And Mayor, I did want to state that we did invite all of the applicants to come to the meeting tonight. Some of them may have provided a public comment speaker
Well,
card.
this would be the time to do that, wouldn't it? Okay, my apologies. It's just getting late. So I would like to invite Marcel Flowers to come forward, please.
Now, understand, it's 15 to 11, and you've already got an X up there. So feel free to talk as long as you want.
Thank you. Well, good evening, and I believe I've had the pleasure of meeting 3 of you, and the other 2, I look forward to speaking with you, or at least meeting you tonight. And again, Mayor Bruins, I'm just honored that you asked me to be a part of this. Some of you I have to thank. It's been a 5-year anniversary from a landmark decision that was made on our street.
I remember that.
And you remember that,
Yeah.
so do I, very well.
Oof.
And 5 years later, I've decided that I need to get my foot in the water over here. So would really appreciate your nomination. And again, thank you, Mayor Bruins, for bringing
You're
me
welcome.
around.
Thank you for coming tonight.
Absolutely.
And our second speaker sheet is Paul McNofsky.
And Mayor, he had to leave.
Oh, he did? Okay, thank you for that. That's the only speaker sheets I have on this item. So how?
Would you like to vote on each of these individual?
Let's vote on the ones that we each have chosen, and then we'll,
I'm going to move all 3 of them. I don't want to vote on them individually.
okay? I will second that. All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, it carries. All right. So now we have 2 at-large positions to fill, and,
I'll go ahead and go first.
Okay.
I'm going to jump in there. So my 2 at large, Kimberly Asbury would be 1, and then somebody took one of mine, so You're supposed to tell me who you're going to pick, so I don't come behind you and want to pick them. So can we come back in a moment? I have to look at my notes really quick for my
Okay.
second one.
Okay, so, Brett?
I'll go. Yeah, I nominate Jack Duncan and Tom Sheeler.
Okay, and Steve?
Okay, well, first of all, I want to, because I see him in the back of the room, I do want to say, I really felt highly about Chad Bowman. He lives across the street from Citrus Heights, and we had so many applications. You need to move across the street. That's all I'm saying right now. So, I had Paul I can't even say his last name.
That guy.
That guy,
McNaughty?
yes, and Tom Sheeler.
Okay. And Portia?
Aaron Minor and Jack Duncan.
And I have William Shirley and Kimberly Asbury.
So
Are you done tallying?
well, no, I get one more, thanks.
You do.
Oh, I see it.
So I will take Tom Sheeler for mine, second one. So that's, and then I would further move that we appoint Tom Sheeler since he's got 3. Right, clearly that's a majority there.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor to appoint Tom Sheeler to an at-large position on the Planning Commission. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries.
And then when I see we have 2 others that have 2, I don't, what is the?
I'd like
So-
to nominate Jack Duncan.
Yeah, I want to come up with a process. That's fine. I mean, you nominate.
So what we
There's
do is,
nominations.
Yeah,
What's
that's,
the
yeah, you're right.
process?
It has to have a second.
okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Got lost there.
There's a motion and a second on the floor to nominate Jack Duncan as an at-large position for the Planning Commission. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Any opposed? It carries. Thank you, everybody, for hanging around for 4 hours, and welcome to our new planning commissioners, and welcome back to Mr. Duncan. And Thank you for
Before the
your
folks
willingness
go,
to serve.
you know, we had, what, 19-plus folks that put in. I want to thank, this is the first time I've seen a lot of these people who hadn't put in before, and I want to thank them for putting in their names. You know, obviously, not everybody could be chosen, but I do appreciate the input and the interest, and I hope you guys will look to do other things within the city.
Amen to that. Okay, thank you. Now, our next board is our Construction Board of Appeals. So, Steve, who are your, we get 3, right?
3?
There's 2 positions
Oh,
that
there's
are
2 positions.
open on
That'd
the,
be a problem.
3. There are 2 available.
correct.
And I had Manuel Salazar and Jacob Marks.
Okay, and Portia?
I had the same, Mr. Marks and Mr. Salzar.
Okay. Mr. Daniels?
I'll wait.
You'll, pardon?
Wait.
Wait, okay, Jeff?
You know, this, I'm not even going to say this board hardly ever meets, so it doesn't matter, but I'll go with Manuel and Jacob and move both of them because that's
Okay,
a
that's it
majority.
then. Okay, so we have a majority for Jacob Marks and Manuel Salazar. So now I need a motion from the floor.
So moved.
Second.
So moved and seconded to nominate Jacob Marks and Manuel Salazar for the Construction Board of Appeals. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries. Thank you. All right, and again, thank you all who applied. We added a new step to the application process this year, and that was to have you all videotaped. And so I thank you for enduring that and for all the applications. And to echo Jeff's comments, we have a lot of opportunities to serve the city in many capacities. I hope you'll seek them out. Thank you. All right. Next subject, please. Next item.
Next item is regular calendar item 20. The subject is California Voting Rights Act demand letter and proposed actions. And the recommend.
Before we go on to that one, I just have a question. I know last time when we went through this, we had a slight faux pas on our part with commission members in terms, terms of their appointments, and we had to change that specifically to Mr. Duncan. When we did that, did we change it past 2 additional years? Do we remember? Because I don't want to go through that again. That's why I'm asking. How did we change that? I just don't remember.
Yes, we did change that. So if there was a break in service of at least 2 years.
Starts over.
Yes.
Okay, I just didn't remember what we finalized there. Thank you.
Okay, next item, please.
The next item was California Voting Rights and Act demand letter and proposed action. And the recommendation is to adopt a resolution declaring its intent to initiate procedures to transition from at-large elections to district-based elections pursuant to California Elections Code, Section 10010, and authorizing related actions.
Good evening, council members. I'm going to be doing the staff report on this matter. As set forth in the staff report, the catalyst for this matter is a letter from an attorney named Kevin Shankman received by the city on December 3rd. The letter alleges that the city has violated state law, specifically the California Voting Rights Act, and that violation has occurred through the use of what's called at-large elections. The letter demands that the city switch to election by district. Election by district simply means that there would be, while there would continue to be 5 council members, each council member would live in a geographically different area of the city, and only the residents or the voters within that specific district would vote for that particular council member. The California Voting Rights Act prohibits at-large voting if it dilutes the voting strength of what's called a protected class. Mr. Shankman's letter alleges that the city's process has resulted in a dilution of the voting strength specifically of Latinos, which is considered to be a protected class under that state law. The California Voting Rights Act sets a very low standard for plaintiffs to meet to prove their case. It is merely necessary to demonstrate the difference between what the candidate might have been preferred by a protected class versus the candidate that was in fact elected. I would think a key point through all of my presentation, and it's set forth in both the staff report and the proposed resolution, is that our position, both the staff and I as your city attorney, our position is not that a violation has occurred. However, I would be remiss if I did not include the fact that there are no cases of which I'm aware where a city or public agency has successfully defended itself against an alleged violation of the California Voting Rights Act. In fact, cities and other public agencies, in fact, in response to this particular statute, over 165 school districts, 80 to 90 cities, a number of community college districts, and special districts have switched to the voting by district. Part of it is the penalties, the risk of attorney's fees and judgments against the cities or other public entities who have received this demand letter. As I said before, there are no cases of which I'm aware, and trust me, I've done a lot of research on this, where a city or other public agency has successfully defended itself against a demand under this particular statute. Some cities have paid what's considered to be a reasonably or a relatively small amount of several hundreds of thousands of dollars, as set forth in the staff report. The city of Modesto that lost a challenge paid $3 million to the prevailing attorney. That $3 million did not include what Modesto paid its own attorneys in attorney's fees. City of Palmdale paid out $4.5 million. City of Santa Monica, which is the most recent litigation, had a 6-week trial. While the trial court has ruled against the City of Santa Monica, there is still back and forth at the trial level to reach a final decision for appeal. The city has indicated it will appeal. It is estimated that the city's own legal fees are 2 to 4 million, and assuming their loss is sustained at the appellate level, they will be paying out, in all likelihood, that amount or more to the prevailing party, the plaintiffs who sued them. The California legislature, over the last several years, in light of these enormous sums of money that some cities have been forced to pay out, have adopted what's called a safe harbor provision. The safe harbor provision, if it is followed, caps any attorney's fees which a requesting party, such as Mr. Shankman in this case, could receive as at a level of not to exceed $30,000. That does not mean he would automatically get that amount. He has to prove it up, but it does place a cap on the city's exposure to him. To take advantage of that safe harbor, there are 2 key steps the city would have to take. The first is the resolution that is in your council packet this evening. It is adopting a resolution of intent to switch to the district elections. That resolution of intent has to be adopted within 45 days of the city's receipt of the letter. The 45-day period for Citrus Heights runs a week from tonight. That's why this matter is before you this evening. The second step to take advantage of the safe harbor protection is that the city would have to have a series of at least 5 hearings within a 90-day period, starting with that 90-day clock starting this evening. At that minimum of 5 hearings, there would be at least 2 hearings where maps would be presented, significant public input requested, and any maps that are presented for possible drawing of boundaries have to be made available to the public at least 7 days prior to any council consideration. I've mentioned that 90-day period. That 90-day period can be extended for an additional 90-day period, in other words, a total of 180 days, by written consent between the city and the requesting attorney here, Mr. Shankman. Elements that would eventually be looked at for drawing of lines, most importantly population, so that the 5 districts are roughly equivalent in population, natural boundaries such as creeks, highways, other factors, what's sometimes referred to as the compactness of the territory in each district, which is a nice way of saying no gerrymandering of lines. Another factor is that race cannot be the predominant factor in the drawing of such districts. It's important to note that the 3 members of the council that were elected at the November 2018 election would serve the full 4 years of your term, regardless of where boundaries would be drawn for new districts, and the new districts would go into effect at the 2020 election. However, the only issue that is before you this evening is adoption of a resolution of intent, which, as I said, starts the clock going for the 90-day period, which would hopefully Mr. Shankman would consent to add an additional 90 days period to that for the process of moving to election by district. Again, it is not staff's position that any violation has occurred, but because of the significant financial risk to the city, it is staff's recommendation that you adopt the resolution in your council packet.
Thank you. We do have one speaker this evening on this item, and I'd like to call him forward right now, and that would be Aaron Miner.
Madam Mayor, City Council, thank you very much for calling me to the podium, and thank you for considering me for the Planning Commission. Another citizen of Citrus Heights had brought up some concerns regarding the effects of a districted plan for electing city council members in the city of Citrus Heights and how it would affect a relatively homogeneous community. I'd like to propose an alternative to both the current, your current system and also the proposed district system. This would involve a form of what's called ranked choice voting.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Ranked choice voting.
Righteous choice voting?
Ranked choice, as in preferential.
Oh.
So right now, with our current system, it's first past the post. If you have only one seat that you're selecting for, everybody votes, the person with the most votes wins. If you have a multi-member district, then you have multiple seats, everybody votes for 3 people or 2 people or however many people is, the person with the most wins. The problem, as mentioned before, is that this could result in a situation where you have simply a large minority that's slightly larger than everybody else, but not a majority, dominate an entire council or an entire multi-member district. Ranked choice changes that. The way it works is that instead of simply selecting one person on your ballot, you rank them in order of preference. And in a single-member race, when you submit your ballot, you count up all the first choices. And if there is no single person who gets over 50%, a clear majority, there's an instant runoff done in which the lower vote getters are eliminated. And then those ballots are redistributed according to the instructions on their ballots to their second choice, and this process continues again and again until there's a clear winner. In a multi-member district such as this one, we would have all 5 city council members selected at once. Each would require a threshold to be elected. And we'd do a similar runoff process, except we'd also redistribute extra votes from the first choice or the higher choice. So if people get excess votes, those excess votes are also counted towards the second, third, and fourth, fifth choice. Studies have shown that this sort of arrangement actually encourages, to a great extent, proportional representation. It protects not only minorities who might be concentrated geographically, but those who might be distributed throughout the population. And I would be happy to point the city council to resources regarding this particular method, if it so chooses.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for coming forward. I have read of this type of voting before, so it's not completely unfamiliar to me. The question is, would that pass the test with Mr. Shankman?
Well, and with the law, not just Shankman.
Yeah, with the law that Mr.
California
Shankman is
Voters
endorsing.
Act.
Yeah, it's the California Voters' Rights Act.
I think there are several issues, whether it would meet the standards under the California Voting Rights Act, whether it would satisfy Mr. Shankman. Keep in mind that just because he's the one who's written the letter now, that doesn't mean that other parties couldn't write letters similarly. I am also not familiar with this method. I have no idea if it's consistent with California law for election of city council members. I also have no idea if it is something that our county registrar of voters could implement or would be willing to implement. I think the council can consider it, keep it in mind. Nonetheless, my recommendation stays the same, that you adopt the resolution in your council packet this evening.
The other question I have on that is, would that change in voting have to go before the voters?
If it's consistent with California law, I don't believe so. There are provisions that were added to the, I believe, either to the Elections Code or the Government Code subsequent to the California Voting Rights Act that gave the ability to make this switch from at-large to by-district a council decision, not a decision that had to go to the voters.
Okay.
Very, very creative idea. We're just having trouble with folks that don't even know where to get postage to put on their ballots to mail in.
If you don't mind, I might mention that ranked choice voting, although I don't believe it's multi-member, it's not for multi-member districts, is already used in the city of San Francisco to select their city councils. And I believe there is a provision that passed in Maine of all places where they're now using it to select their, I forget if it's their congressmen or their state assembly members.
Thank you very much. And so we'll look into that. I don't think that's going to
help us
much tonight, but this is just starting the process. This resolution is just starting the process. So things can change along the way, but really appreciate you bringing that up. Thank you very much.
And for the record, San Francisco's probably just as screwed up as the state is, so
Well,
if that's an indication of how they're elected.
They probably already have
And they're a charter city county.
Oh, did I say
They
that?
probably
out
are.
loud? I'm sorry.
Okay, so any comments from the council?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think any of us up here are happy about this, to be honest with you. California Voters' Right Act is pretty powerful stuff, and I would, while I'll support this today, I would encourage cheaply our city attorney to look at all avenues out there that might be another possibility without getting to that $2 and $4 million figure, because you know what I mean.
And part of it, I think, Jeff, would be changing legislation.
Well, that's the answer.
Yeah.
That's the ultimate answer, is changing legislation. The question is, can it be done soon enough? And, anybody else before I comment? Brett? Okay. I really feel like we're being held hostage. Had there been maybe even one city who had prevailed against these lawsuits, there might be a hair of a chance, but to the best of our knowledge and the research our attorney has done, no city has prevailed. And so the question is, do we spend the money to lose a case that we probably will lose? And I don't think that's the best use of our taxpayer dollars. I do not think that this division into districts is going to do our city any good. And I believe, it's my experience, and I've lived here 34 years, that our different ethnic groups within our city are spread throughout the city. We don't have any pockets of ethnic groups that I'm aware of in Citrus Heights. And so I don't think that dividing our city into districts is going to solve any of these issues. We may very well end up with the same percentage of Hispanics that aren't on the city council as we have today. But having said all of that, it does not make, in my opinion, financial sense to try to fight this. So staff's recommendation is to issue a resolution to declare our intent to initiate the procedures to transition from at-large elections to district-based elections pursuant to the California Code Section 110. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to,
Just a real quick comment. Do we need to throw in that last part of "and authorizing related actions"?
oh, and sorry, I just ran out of
Just
voice.
want to make sure that they can do something.
Yeah, and authorizing related actions. Thank you, Brett. Yeah, okay. So with that having been said, we have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? It reluctantly carries. Thank you.
The next item is department reports, in which there are none, and the next item is city manager items.
Yes, Council, I have one item. Last month, the council expressed concern and worry for the victims in the Paradise Fire and surrounding area, and expressed to me that you wanted to make sure that our city was doing everything possible to help our friends up in the Paradise area. So I want to briefly just tell you what's been happening there and the support that our city has been giving. You're already aware that the police department between November 9th and December 9th has put in a lot of time and hours up there, about 43 deployment shifts, about 516 hours. Our officers helped up there in the mutual aid effort and served well. On December 14th, I assembled with a group of the regional city managers and visited the Paradise city manager and took a tour of the city of Paradise and participated in a roundtable discussion to understand from the city manager there, her name is Lauren Gill, about what was happening and the enormous challenges that she's facing with her city. And out of that group discussion, she asked for a small group to follow up, and she had asked for me to be included in that. So I've been serving in a group of 4 city managers since then, and I've been up there 3 times thus far, and I participate on weekly calls. Those 4 managers it's the Stockton manager, the Woodland manager, the Orland manager, and myself. We serve right now as her advisory group. We speak with her, as I said, weekly, sometimes daily. to help her on all topics ranging from disaster recovery to really looking forward on rebuilding and reimagining their community, working with a whole variety of partners and some grant funding, emergency grant funding that they've received, and other matters, helping her with things like securing, free lobbyist help, particularly federal lobbyist help. We've been successful there, and a number of other free consulting services on the finance and budget side. So a whole list of things. It's an overwhelming task for her, for sure. And we as a group have been able to get her a lot of help and a lot of advice in doing that. So I want you to know that we are participating there heavily in helping in every way that we can. And the last, I think the council's aware, this last month, you all, the city council, did offer for free the use of our community center for 3 days for FEMA to directly serve the victims of the fires from that area. And that was successful as well. So we'll continue to be involved. So I want you to know that.
Thank you for that report. Thank you. Okay, that's it on city manager items? No. Okay, next item, please.
The next item is items requested by council members in future agenda items.
Okay, anybody?
Past my bedtime.
Okay. I see no further items of action, so this meeting is adjourned. Congratulations, Tom. Thank you very much.
Jeff, thank you. I know you don't.
Appreciate it.
Do it right. He's doing good. That's good, that's good. Thank you. More than that.
That's good.
And you are,
Have a safe trip home.
okay.
This is my parents' house where we live. That's our neighbor's house. We've had 4 crashes into this house this last week. A trampoline, my kids play on.
Where do you live?
Fairfield 80, there's our backyard right here.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry, it happens all the time.
So how long do you live there?
My dad's been in the house since 2001.
Okay, and how many crashes have you had?
This was the 4th last week.
Hopefully there's some to-go things.
Since he's out of the house.
Okay. I'm sorry, so you're at Oakland 80, okay, I know, on the north side of the street. And, okay. Yeah, so yeah, I know. I wonder that, okay.
So, this is our house right here.
Right.
And that's my window, and this entire fence is down now. And as you can tell, it looks